Very tight. Typical comment. They haven't made him yet.
Well, they need the space.
It wasn't here, right? They did it. You were like, the meal was all in another room across the way, all like connected, feeding through.
Like a 3-hole punch right now.
They'll use the bigger one when they do actually start the trial.
Well, they moved over there. Try to make the issue.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Of course. You're all set. We know what. Exhibits, yes. Do you by chance
I'll tell you what, though, driving in when they have a hearing is not as pleasant. That light is so backed up. Especially if I turn left and park in the public lot, and it's a nightmare. Okay.
Cindy, do you have this one? I just feel bad that you're kind of stuck in the straddle the table.
That's okay. I don't think we can avoid that.
Officer Delano.
I'm just gonna watch my knee.
I'm sorry. If I can always move.
No, you're not doing that. You're not doing that. No. I can be careful.
Yeah, I mean, even just like this much, yeah, give them a bit more space.
Margaret, do you have a three-hole punch up there?
Don't, we have one in our office.
We do downstairs. I just
Okay.
need these.
Mary Ellen put it in
Keep
section
coming.
one.
Trust me, it is. 20 years, I've never seen black tape on a bench. It's important. Not to just drive, something else.
So Kristen's scared. We're calling out the brothers.
All of
Just a
mine are
couple.
Folks, just a reminder with the cell phones, just make sure the ring and pot is off, please.
Parties are present, the jury is not present, the matter is on for trial.
All right, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Thanks for for accommodating the move. Is everything set up and ready to go? Any issues,
Not that we know of right now.
Mr. Reddington?
Oh, good.
Okay. The autopsy photos I took a look at, we can discuss those later. Mr. Reddington, you have a copy of the proposed photographs as well?
I do.
All right,
I'd like
so-
to do that tomorrow if we could.
Okay.
I anticipate that the ME is probably going to be going on first thing in the morning,
Okay.
so I would like to have some clarification later today if possible.
Sure, we can do that. Anything else before we bring the jurors over? And is the Commonwealth planning to play the statement this morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And Mr. Reddington, you want the humane practice instruction?
Yes, please.
All right, including the portion that deals with Miranda? I think it is
Hey,
relevant.
Miranda. Miranda's not an issue.
Okay, so you
not a
don't
live
want that. Miranda rights were given as
I agree with
indicated
that.
yesterday, but you don't want that part of the
It's a
instruction
live
given?
issue, correct.
All right. Okay, so we can bring the jurors over.
And we've pre-marked 2 pieces of physical evidence this morning. 290 is the jeans and belt, and 291, no, 289, thank you,
Okay.
is the shirt.
Thank you.
Both the defendant's clothing.
Yes.
No, fine. The video.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye, all persons having anything to do before the Honorable Judge Halal, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, now sitting in Dedham, within and for the County of Norfolk, for the transaction of criminal business. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and this honorable court. This court is now open. You may be seated.
For the record, before the court is Commonwealth versus Ingolf Tuerk, 20 CR 138. The parties that are present are 16 jurors are present. The matter is on for trial.
Excuse me. Good morning, jurors. Thank you for your patience this morning. I'm glad you were able to get in okay. Let me just ask you first, was everybody able to follow the instructions that I gave you at the end of the day yesterday?
Yes.
Okay. If you are not, please raise your hand. All right, no hands are being raised. We're going to continue on. We'll take a morning recess this morning, and then we're going to go a full day, as I indicated yesterday. So we're going to stop for the day sometime around 4 o'clock. If you need a break for any other reason, just raise your hand. Okay, we've tried to set up this courtroom just like the other one as best we can, but obviously if you have any trouble seeing or hearing anything, again, just raise your hand and we'll try to rearrange things. Thank you. All right, Commonwealth want to call its next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth would call Anthony Voorhees.
You just raise your hand. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
Stand higher.
You may.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your full name, spelling your last name for the record?
Anthony Voorhees, V as in Victor, O-R-R, E as in Edward, S as in Sam.
What's your date of birth?
10/18/1983,
Where do you live?
in Worcester, Massachusetts.
Do you work?
Yes,
What do you currently do for work?
I am a hotel general manager
How long have you been a hotel general manager?
for roughly over 3 years.
What are some of your duties?
I manage all aspects of a hotel operation, from guest facing to the back of house operations and all fiscal responsibilities of the property.
How long have you been in the hotel business?
Roughly 11 years.
Turning your attention to May of 2020, where were you working at that time?
The Residence Inn in Dedham,
Where is that located?
in Dedham, Massachusetts.
Do you know what street it's on?
I do not.
If I said 259 Elm Street, would that help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
How long have you been working at the hotel in May of 2020?
For a short period of time, I was there on a task force assignment. The property did not have a general manager at the time, so I was overseeing the property until the full-time general manager could be found and hired, which that individual was hired roughly around March. And due to the onset of the pandemic, I had to stay at the property because my original property couldn't afford to have me come back at the time.
So to be clear, you started at the hotel before the pandemic hit in March of 2020, is that right?
Correct, roughly 2 weeks before the beginning of the pandemic.
And then once the pandemic hit, you were sort of forced to stay at the Residence Inn, is that right?
Yes, and when the new full-time general manager started, I stayed there in a support role, just helping with essential basic duties.
Can you describe the hotel?
Yes, it was an extended stay property, meaning that it was mostly for long-term guests. I can't recall how many rooms it was, but it was a nice, quiet property.
How many entrances and exits did the property have?
There was the main doors, and from what I recall, exit doors on both ends of the left and right of the building.
And in May of 2020, was there anything special about the main entrance based on the pandemic?
Yes, starting with the pandemic, the front doors were locked, and guests needed to be walked in or buzzed in.
Would they be able to enter with their key card?
Yes, after check-in, they've been able to retrieve a key card, yes.
And in May of 2020, what was your role at the hotel at that point?
I was just there as essentially support. The general manager had been found, but because I couldn't go back to my property, I just assisted wherever the general manager asked me, whether it was covering the front desk or helping with other miscellaneous tasks.
So can you tell us a little bit about what you would do when you were in charge of covering the front desk?
Checking people in, checking people out, answering the phones. It was different from normal times because of the pandemic. It was a lot less formal, and because there was a smaller flow of guest traffic because of the pandemic, it was really just kind of manning the desk and just assisting the small amount of people that were coming through and leaving.
When you say it was a lot less formal, what do you mean?
In the sense that, normally a typical front desk, you're not sitting down or, you're dressed less formally just because of those small little things.
Can you explain to us what the process of checking someone in looks like?
Yes, normally you ask for identification, a form of payment, and essentially that's it. Those are the two key components.
At the time, how were reservations maintained? Was it a computer system, paper, or something else?
Computer system.
And are records of reservations routinely kept in the normal course of business at
Yes.
the hotel?
Yes.
And what do those records normally reflect?
The guest's name, their arrival date, their checkout date, any particular notes that the guest would like included on the reservation.
Turning your attention to May 6th of 2020, were you working on that day?
Yes.
At approximately 3:34 p.m., did you receive a reservation made under the name of Ingolf Tuerk?
Yes.
How was it made, if you can remember?
From what I recall, I believe he called into the hotel, seeing if we were open. A lot of hotels had closed during the pandemic, and I do recall making the reservation for him over the phone.
So you took that phone call?
Yes.
When was the reservation made for, if you can remember?
I can't recall the exact dates. I would say sometime in May.
And would the reservation information help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
May.
Your Honor, just for the record, I agree with the exhibit as far as record kept in ordinary course of business.
All right. Do you want me to make a finding, or you're agreeing
It's
to
up to
it?
you, Judge. I'm just saying, I have no objection to
All right.
the document. That's cool.
I'm handing you what was pre-marked as Commonwealth's Exhibit 279. If you could take a look at that, please. Do you recognize it?
I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
A reservation for a Marriott-based property management system.
And when was the reservation made for?
It was made for May the 8th through May the 17th.
Who was the reservation's name under?
Ingolf Tuerk.
And were you working on May 8th when the defendant checked in?
Yes.
Do you see him in the courtroom?
Yes.
And could you please identify him with an article of clothing that he's wearing?
A striped tie, blue.
Your Honor, could the record please reflect identification?
Yes.
I would just note for the record, Your Honor, identification is not an issue, so it's not necessary to keep going through that.
All right.
What phone number was given for the reservation?
617-694-8962.
And what other information does that reservation contain about anybody else staying in the room?
Katie Tuerk, also in room, okay to give keys.
When the defendant checked in on May 8th of 2020, can you please explain what happened to the best of your recollection?
From what I recall, I let Mr. Tuerk into the hotel to check in, and I checked him in. And then I recall Mrs. Tuerk coming into the hotel afterwards.
Do you remember what she looked like?
Kind of reddish brownish hair, tall, slender.
What type of surveillance video did the hotel have in May of 2020?
There was a camera system. I can't recall how many cameras, but it was housed in the back of house. Is usually accessible by the property, the general manager. And it had footage of the check-in counter, various hallways, and other public access points.
What about the parking lot? Was there any camera?
I don't recall.
What about where the guest rooms are? Do you recall if there were any cameras in the hallways where the guest rooms were located?
Possibly. For that property specifically, I can't remember.
What about the camera in the front entranceway? Was there a camera there?
Yes.
And have you had the opportunity to review the surveillance video from May 8th of 2020 when you checked in the defendant and Katie Tuerk?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, could you please put Exhibit 278 on the screen?
Okay. And again, this has been agreed to?
Yes, Judge, I agree to all the videos.
Do you want the lights turned down?
Please, Your Honor. And that video we just watched, is that a fair and accurate representation of the defendant walking into the hotel on May 8th of 2020 in order to
Yes.
check in?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could please play the next video. Ms. Gilman, if you could please play the next video. And was that the woman who you described as Katie Tuerk?
Yes.
On the video with the defendant?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, could you please play the next video? And is that just that video that was just shown, is that just a different angle of the defendant checking in on May 8th of 2020?
Correct.
Who else was in that video?
Prior?
Besides the defendant, who else? Were you seen in the video?
Yes, myself, yes. Yeah.
And I noticed that there was some plexiglass across the reservation. Was that always in place?
For the pandemic, yes, because it was the early time of the pandemic.
So that plexiglass was placed after the pandemic hit, is that correct?
Correct.
In that video, we also noticed that you got up from your seat behind the reservation desk and walked over to the door. What were you doing at that time?
So let Mr. Tuerk in.
And is that because the doors still had to be locked because of the pandemic?
Correct.
I have no further questions for this witness.
I have no questions, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
Do you want to call your next?
Ailish Wilkie, please.
Watch your step here. Follow me, please. Just watch your step. And if you could stand here, face the clerk, and raise your right hand, please.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Could you please state your name and spell your first and your last name for the record?
Sure. It's Ailish Wilkie, A-I-L-I-S-H, and the last name W-I-L-K-I-E.
And are you employed currently?
I am.
How are you employed?
I work for Beth Israel Leahy Health as their Director of Patient Safety and Risk Management.
What is patient safety and risk management?
It's a position within healthcare that ensures that we provide the safest possible care to our patients while adhering to their rights as patients and also minimizing risk to an organization.
And prior to working at Beth Israel, where did you work?
I worked for the Steward healthcare system, primarily at Norwood Hospital.
How long did you work for Norwood or for Steward in general?
I worked for Steward for approximately 4 years, Norwood for approximately 3 years.
And what was your position when you were at Norwood?
I was the Director of Quality, Patient Safety, and Risk Management.
So essentially what you just described?
Yes.
Okay. And directing your attention to May 15th of 2020, did you become aware that Dr. Ingolf Tuerk was a patient at Norwood Hospital?
I was.
And approximately what time was that?
I think it was approximately 2:30 in the afternoon.
And what was your role with regard to Dr. Tuerk at that time?
In my role within the organization, anytime there was legal involvement at the hospital, regulatory agencies or police, they would call me and I would be the intermediary between those individuals and the hospital staff.
And did you have the opportunity to do that on May 15th?
I did.
And what, if anything, did you do on May 15th?
At approximately, I think I said it was 2:30 in the afternoon, I received a phone call from the director of the emergency department, the nursing director, that they had had a patient come in who was unresponsive, and there were police looking to ask questions specific to that patient. So she called and I presented to the emergency room.
And did you have the opportunity to meet with the police on May 15th?
I did.
And on May 16th, what, if anything, happened on that day?
So the following morning, I received a phone call from a detective from Dedham asking me about the status of Dr. Tuerk, who was the patient at the time.
And were you able to provide her with information?
I was.
And what was that information?
That he had woken up at some point in the overnight hours.
Okay. And were you aware that the police wanted to speak with him?
I was.
Did you go to the hospital on Saturday the 16th?
I did.
And did you see Dr. Tuerk?
I did.
Where was that in the hospital?
The first time I saw him, he was in the intensive care unit.
And were you able to speak with him?
I did not speak with him at that time.
All right. Were you able to observe him?
I was.
And was he awake at that time?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know about what time that was?
I don't know exactly what time, but I believe I arrived at the hospital at around 11:30.
And did you have the opportunity to meet with him later in the day?
I did.
And was that somewhere else, or was that still in intensive care?
That was in a different unit in the hospital. He was transferred out of the intensive care unit to a medical unit.
Okay. And did you speak with him at that time?
I did.
And what did you tell Dr. Tuerk?
I introduced myself and let him know who I was within the hospital, and that I was providing him with, at the time, a piece of paper with an attorney's name on it that had called the emergency department the day prior to leave their information for him when he awoke.
Okay. And what, if anything, happened with that piece of paper?
It was on a Post-it note, and I provided it to Dr. Tuerk.
And did he take it from you?
He did. He looked at it and then threw it on the floor.
And what, if anything, happened after that?
I was communicating with the state police detective. He had requested to speak with Dr. Tuerk. At the time, we were in the height of COVID, so nobody was to speak with him until he had been ruled out for COVID. So a COVID test was performed. It was sent to the laboratory to be read. During that time, we essentially waited. He had various consultations in the hospital and care as usual.
And did you explain to Dr. Tuerk that the police wanted to speak with him?
I did.
And how did you do that?
So later in the afternoon, approximately 3 p.m., I indicated to Dr. Tuerk that the police were there and would like to speak to him about the day prior, and asked him if he was willing to speak with the police. He indicated yes.
And when you say he indicated yes, did he say that verbally or by nodding or?
He verbally said yes.
Okay. At any point in time, did you feel like you were having any difficulty communicating with Dr. Tuerk?
No, I did not.
All right. And can you describe Dr. Tuerk's demeanor when you were meeting with him?
Appropriate. He was quiet, but very polite.
Ms. Gilman, could you please put up exhibits number 63 and 64? Ms. Wilkie, do you recognize what's contained in exhibit number 63?
It appears to be the family waiting room on the unit. They look identical, so I can't say exactly what floor it was, but it's the family waiting room on the medical unit that Dr. Tuerk was on.
Okay, and could we have exhibit 64, please? And do you recognize 64?
Yes,
What is that?
that is the signage outside of the family waiting area.
Okay. We can have lights back on, thank you. And what, if anything, happened in the family waiting room?
I escorted Dr. Tuerk into the family waiting room when the police detectives were ready to question him. I remained outside, and he was being questioned by police.
Okay. And when you say you escorted, how did he arrive? Was he in a wheelchair, on a hospital bed, or?
Nope, he was walking to the unit. I believe I asked if he was able to walk to the unit. Had he needed a wheelchair, I would have provided one.
Okay. And at any point in time, did he leave the family waiting room?
Yes, they did take a break at one point. I don't know what time that was or after how long, I apologize, but there was a break. I brought him back to his patient room and provided him with a ginger ale.
Could I just have a minute, please, Your Honor?
You may.
Ms. Wilkie, If you thought that Dr. Tuerk was not understanding you, would you have acted differently?
Absolutely.
And why is that?
Because my ultimate goal is to protect patients. And had he indicated that he did not want to speak with police, I would not have allowed that. If we felt that he wasn't able to speak with police, he would not have spoken with them.
All right, thank you. No further questions at this time.
Morning.
Good morning.
So basically what the takeaway is that your job is to, in effect, protect your patients.
Correct.
And you do a good job of that.
I think
Talked to
so.
the police in this case?
Yes.
You made sure that Harry was all right and that he was able to speak with the police.
Yes.
And that you did, in fact, hand him, I guess, a piece of paper with an attorney's name on it.
Correct.
Do you remember the name of the attorney?
I do not.
Is it a divorce attorney, do you know? And
I don't know.
in any event, you handed it to him and he just threw it on the floor.
Correct.
And in all of his dealings with you, you had no trouble understanding what he was saying, right?
Correct.
His speech was clear. He did
Correct.
not appear at that point to be impaired by drugs or alcohol.
Correct.
Do you know why he was admitted to the hospital?
I do.
And what was that?
He was found unresponsive.
And acute alcohol poisoning?
I did not read his medical record.
Oh, okay.
I'm not clinically trained, so my
okay.
job is on the opposite side of healthcare and not on the clinical side.
All right. In all of your dealings with him, he was a gentleman and polite.
Absolutely.
Thank you, that's all I have.
Nothing further,
All
thank
right, you may step down, thank you.
Trooper Kotkowski, please.
Right this way.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Come on, Your Honor.
Morning. Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
My name's Jeffrey Kotkowski. My last name is spelled Kotkowski.
So I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up a little bit. I don't know if that's fine or not. Okay. How are you employed, sir?
I'm a member of the Massachusetts State Police
How long have you worked for the Massachusetts State Police?
since March of 2012.
And prior to working for the state police, where, if anywhere, did you work?
I was a police officer at Boston University
How long did you work at Boston University?
for about 4 years.
And what's your current rank?
I'm currently a sergeant.
And what's your current assignment?
I'm currently assigned to the Unresolved Cases Unit.
What does that mean?
We conduct investigations on unsolved cases, unsolved homicides, unidentified people, unsolved rape cases
And how long have you been doing that?
for a little over 1 year.
And do you have any particular geographic area that you're assigned to with regard to the unresolved unit?
Yes, I'm assigned to Norfolk County.
And prior to being assigned to the unresolved unit, what was your assignment?
I was a trooper assigned to the State Police Detective Unit for Norfolk County.
And when were you promoted to sergeant?
November of 2024.
And how long were you assigned to the detective unit with the Norfolk DA's office?
I started there in July of 2016.
And when you were assigned to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office detective unit, what were your typical responsibilities?
The primary function for me was we investigated sudden or suspicious deaths within Norfolk County.
And directing your attention to May 15th of 2020, did you become involved with an investigation in Dover?
Yes.
And on May 15th, what type of investigation was it?
At that time, it was a missing person investigation.
And what was your role?
I was assigned to be the case officer.
And when you say case officer, what does that mean?
That means I was assigned to be the lead detective on the case.
And would there be other detectives who would be involved?
Yes,
And where would they be from?
from local towns. In this case, it was the Dover Police and the Dedham Police.
And would there be other troopers that would be involved?
Yes.
And where would they come from?
They would come from the unit I was in, the State Police Detective Unit, Norfolk County. And there's also troopers from Crime Scene Services that also assisted in this case.
And can you explain the relationship between the Massachusetts State Police and local towns with regards to missing persons or unintended deaths?
Yes, so we work hand in hand with local law enforcement almost on a daily basis. We work together on all those cases.
Okay. So on May 15th, on Friday, May 15th of 2020, what was the first thing that you did?
The first thing I did was I went to the Dover Police Station.
And about what time of day was it?
It was early evening.
And what did you do while you were at the Dover Police Station?
So I conducted a phone interview with Stephen Rocker. And I also interviewed Vanessa Pettigrew and her husband, Vincent.
And was that on the phone with Vanessa Pettigrew?
No, that was in person at the station.
And when you met with Vanessa Pettigrew and her husband, what, if anything, happened during that interview?
She consented to her cell phone to be extracted, the data from her phone.
And did she sign paperwork in connection with her cell phone?
She did.
Just a minute, please.
Yes.
And what, if anything else, did you do while you were in Dover that evening? And who else was present when you interviewed Mr. Fanninsteel? Was that in person or on the phone? Okay. And what, if anything, happened with regard to Kurt Fanninsteel during that interview? Okay. And what, if anything else, did you do on Friday the 15th? What were the search warrants for? Okay, and what was your understanding about whose iPhone the search warrant was for? Okay. And were those search warrants executed?
Yes.
Approximately what time were those search warrants executed?
So the search of the hotel and the home on Valley Road was approximately 4 a.m.
So we're now into the 16th?
Correct.
Okay. So 4 a.m. into the 16th, search warrants were executed at Valley Road and at the Residence Inn?
Correct.
And were you present during the search warrant execution?
I was present for the search warrant at Valley Road.
And who else was present at Valley Road?
Other members from the State Police Detective Unit in Norfolk County, as well as Crime Scene Services and local law enforcement.
What is Crime Scene Services?
They're troopers who document evidence with photographs and collect evidence.
And approximately how long were you at 29 Valley Road on the 16th?
Approximately 3 hours.
Okay. And did you do any
No.
And what, if anything, happened later in the day on May 16th?
So later in the day, I went to Norwood Hospital.
About what time did you go to Norwood Hospital?
It was late morning, early afternoon.
And who, if anyone, did you meet with when you first went to Norwood Hospital?
When I first went there, I met with some Dedham detectives.
And then after that, well, who were the Dedham detectives?
Detective Poro, Detective Gonski, and Detective Mahoney.
And was that inside the hospital or outside of the hospital?
Outside in the parking lot of the hospital.
And what, if anything, happened after that?
So I met with Ailish Wilkie after that
And where did you meet with Ailish Wilkie?
in the parking lot.
Was it easy to get into the hospital during that time period?
No,
Why not?
because of COVID-19.
And after meeting with Ailish Wilkie, what, if anything, happened?
I ended up going into the hospital into a family waiting room.
Was that right then, or was it later in the day?
It was later in the day.
And when you went into the family waiting room, what, if anything, happened?
So at that time, I had an interview with the defendant.
Okay. And who else was present?
In the room at that time, it was myself and Detective Gonski from Dedham Police.
And how did the defendant end up in the waiting room?
He walked to the waiting room.
How was he dressed?
He was dressed in a hospital gown.
And were you able to see him coming into the room?
Yes.
Did he have any difficulties walking?
No.
And can you estimate his height and weight?
I'd say he's well over 6 feet, well over 200 pounds.
All right, Ms. Gilman, could we please have Exhibit 65? Trooper, what can be seen in Exhibit number 65? Sergeant, I'm sorry.
So that's a view from the hallway looking into the family room that we were in.
Okay, and could we have 66, please? What is in 66?
That's a view from inside of the family waiting room.
And could we please have Exhibit 67? What can be seen in this?
Again, that's inside the family waiting room with a view towards the hallway.
Can you explain, was there furniture in this room on May 16th?
Yes, there were just chairs around the perimeter of the room.
How many chairs were there approximately?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay. And when you said they were around the perimeter, where was the defendant seated when you were speaking with him?
He was seated with his back directly to the glass, it looks like, to that hallway,
Okay. And where were you seated?
across from him, facing from the viewpoint here, facing that hallway.
The point that you had?
Yes,
And where was Detective Gonski seated?
she was to my right next to me.
And could we please have Exhibit 68? What is this?
It's another photo of the family waiting room.
And could we please have Exhibit number 69? What is in Exhibit 69?
Another photo of the family waiting room with the door shut.
You can have the lights back on, thank you. Was the interview recorded in any way?
It was,
How was it recorded?
with the portable audio recorder.
Where was the portable audio recorded located in the room?
I believe it was on a table next to Detective Gonski on our right side.
Okay, was it between you and Detective Gonski or farther away from you and closer to Detective Gonski, if you recall?
If I recall correctly, it was on the right side of her on a table.
Okay. And how were you dressed?
I was in plain clothes, shirt, tie, dress pants.
And did you have any protective gear on at that time?
I was wearing a face mask.
What kind of face mask were you wearing?
And 95?
Okay. And what about Detective Gonski and the defendant? Did they have masks on?
They did.
All right. And did you provide the defendant with his Miranda warnings?
I did.
May I approach? I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 280. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
It's a waiver of Miranda form.
And do you recognize any signatures on it?
I do.
What signatures do you recognize?
I recognize my signature, Detective Gonti's signature, and the defendant's signature.
What's the date and time?
5/16/20, 5:21 p.m.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask to play exhibit number 4, which is the statement.
Can we approach side by side?
Yes. All right, so jurors, you're about to hear testimony about statements allegedly made by the defendant, Mr. Tuerk, concerning the crime that he is charged with. Before you may even consider any such statement as evidence, the Commonwealth must prove to you, beyond a reasonable doubt, number one, that the defendant made the statement that he is alleged to have made, and number two, that he made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. In determining whether any statement made by a defendant was voluntary or not, you may consider all of the surrounding circumstances. These include when and where the statement was made, the nature of any conversations with the police or questioning by the police, and the defendant's physical and mental condition, including his intelligence, age, education, experience, and personality. Your decision does not turn upon any one factor. You must consider the totality of the surrounding circumstances. So to state the general rule once again, you may not consider any statement that the defendant is alleged to have made unless the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt both that the defendant made the statement and that he made it freely, voluntarily, and rationally. If the Commonwealth has met that burden, then you may consider the defendant's statement and rely upon it as much or as little as you think proper, along with all of the other evidence in this case. Okay.
Your Honor, I apologize. Could you give the additional instruction I should have asked when you're on the side? You can approach if that'd be helpful. Thank you.
So, jurors, some of the exhibits that you're going to get in this case have what we call redactions in them, which means that some information was excised or taken out of the exhibit, whether it's a written document, perhaps an audio tape, etc. You are not to speculate as to what was taken out of any one document, and that is because it was taken out for reasons that are not relevant to your consideration of the evidence, and or the information that was taken out is not admissible in the courts of our Commonwealth. So please don't speculate if there's an area that has been whited out or perhaps even blacked out. Don't speculate at all. Okay.
Your Honor, could we pass out the binders at this time for the jurors?
Yes.
Answer one for the court, and Mr. Bennington, if you'd like one.
Okay, and this is an agreed transcript of the interview that's about to be played?
Yes.
Okay, so jurors, you're going to get a transcript of the interview that's about to be played? And you're going to mark one as well?
I think one's marked already.
Thank you. All right, so jurors 1 has been marked as an exhibit as well, so you'll have that with you when you deliberate.
All right, Ms. Gilman, thank you.
I'm Detective Deborah Gonski. I work out of Dedham PD.
What?
Dedham Police Department?
We just wanted to come and talk to you. We know the transported from the hotel to Norwood Hospital yesterday morning. We want to talk to you about that, okay? The past couple of weeks. So before we do is want you to know that we do have a recorder to record our conversations, okay? And also, before you talk to us, you do have rights. Excuse me. Bad timing there. I apologize. So detective, is the recorder on?
Yes, it's on. It's now on.
So I'm just going to introduce myself on the record, okay? And Detective Gonski will introduce herself, and we'll have you introduce yourself by just saying your name, your last name, and spelling it for us, okay? All right, it is Saturday, May 16th, 5:19 p.m. We are in the second floor of Norwood Hospital. My name is Trooper Jeff Kotkowski. My last name is spelled Kotkowski. I work out of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. And with me here is
Detective Deborah Gonski, Gonski, and I'm a detective with the Dedham Police Department.
And sir, can you say your first and last name for us, please? Ingolf Tuerk, Tuerk. And Ingolf, like I was explaining to you earlier, we want to talk to you about the recent past couple days. And before we did, I wanted to read you your rights. Okay, because you have rights. So what I'll do is I'll give you a copy of this, and I'll read a copy to you, and we'll have you sign that you understand your rights. So why don't you take that copy? All right. So you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law. That I have the right to talk to a lawyer. If you have a lawyer, it wouldn't be while questioned by the police. That if I cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent me before questioning, if I wish. And that if I begin to answer questions, I have the right to stop questioning at any time. You understand those rights? Yes, sir. All right. Having heard your rights, do you wish to have a conversation with us? Yes, sir. Okay. So I just need you to sign that. So I'll give you a pen. So what you gotta do is, let's get my So next to I, you can just put your initials. Put a stop line there. And I'm gonna fill my name, but my name will be right there with the Trooper Kotkowski, Mass State Police. Okay? Then your rights that you said you understood. And at the bottom here where it says signature, you can just sign. Yeah, you can get up and speak, so I know it's not the best. There's no table in there. And you put the date if you don't mind. It's 5/16/20. And
5/21.
it's 5/16/20 at 5:21 p.m.
21?
p.m. Yes. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. All right. So, Harry, we were looking at the hotel record, and it seemed that you checked in around the 8th, and you were booked for another few days. And we know that you have a home in Dover, so if you could just tell us, why you were staying at the hotel, kind of take us through that.
Staying at the hotel because I have to stay away from the house.
Okay.
And that's why I'm staying in the hotel.
All right. Why are you away from the house?
Sorry?
Why are you staying away from the house?
As far as I understand, because of the criminal charges have been filed against me with bail conditions.
Okay. Can you talk a little bit more about those criminal charges? What's going on?
My wife accused me of having been violent.
Okay. And then she, what happened? She reported to the police?
Yes.
Okay.
And we decided to divorce in February, early February, yes.
Early February. And just so we have it right, can you tell us your wife's name?
Kathleen, Kathleen.
Yep.
McLean, Tuerk.
McLean?
McLean, Tuerk.
Yeah. Okay. So let's talk about that. When did you meet Kathleen?
When did I meet her?
Yeah, when did you meet her? Where? All that?
November 2017.
November 2017. Okay. How did you meet?
Online dating.
Online dating? You remember what website you used?
I believe it was Bumble.
Bumble. Okay. And during that time, were you living in Dover at that time?
Yes.
You were at the same house on Valley Road?
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, who were you living with?
I'm good.
You were living by yourself?
Yeah.
Okay. So November 2017, you meet Kathleen out on Bumble, and then you guys start dating?
Yeah.
Okay. And eventually, did she move in, or do you guys get married? Tell me a little bit about that.
She moved in with her 3 children.
Okay. Can you know approximate time?
I believe it was April 2018.
Okay. And can you tell me the names of her children?
Sophia, Chris, and Sam.
Did they all share the same last name?
McLean. No, they do. Hang on. I think their name is Rocca. ROCCA.
Okay. All right. So you guys meet November 2017, April 2018. She moves in with her 3 children to your home in Dover.
Yes.
Okay. And then you tell me that you had a divorce in February. So can you tell me a little bit about the relationship? You know, what was going on?
The relationship was mostly good. On the other hand, there was a lot of volatility as far as fights is concerned, mostly originating from her in terms of getting emotional, fights.
Yeah.
That I often try to walk away from. But nevertheless, we did have a good time, and we talked about marrying. In December 2019, we married.
Okay.
In Las Vegas.
Okay. Okay, so December 2019, you guys are married in Vegas, and you're still living in the home in Dover?
Correct.
Okay.
My work situation changed significantly, and it looked like I have an opportunity to work back in Germany, where I'm originally from.
Okay.
And I talked with her about that, and she was not very, very receptive of me going to Germany, or she going to Germany with me and with her 3 children. So there was a lot of talk about divorce, because it doesn't look like that we can move forward together, being separated that far away from each other.
Yep.
And I spoke with a lawyer in January about divorcing her potentially. She found out somehow, got very angry, got a restraining order against me, filed for divorce herself, and filed charges against me.
Okay. Let's just back up a little bit. So you say you're from Germany?
Yes, sir.
Okay, when did you move to the United States?
December 2002.
Okay. So did you resign? Were you fired? How would you say?
Mutually agreed to
Is
terminate the contract, yeah.
Okay. And what was your title over there at St. E's?
Chief of Urology until end of 2018.
Okay. And just going back to the absence, when was the absence and how long was that for? Do you have any idea?
Sorry, what?
A leave of absence you took?
I started the 1st of June all the way to December.
Of what? So June 2019 through December 19?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And that takes us to December when you guys end up going to Vegas to get married.
Right.
Okay. Like you said, you're having a troubled relationship. This is recently. I mean, this is only a few months ago.
Right.
Okay. And ultimately, in January, Kathleen filed for divorce.
I think February, early February.
Early February.
Yeah. So I talked to a lawyer before that, and she found out that I would consider doing that, and then she kind of jumped ahead and did her thing.
Gotcha. So when that all happened, did you stay in the home? Did you go anywhere?
No, she got a restraining order first thing. I had to go.
You had to go. Okay. Yeah. Okay. And where did you end up going?
Went first to a friend in town, in Dover.
Friend in Dover. Okay. What's his or her name?
Charlie Lax.
Charlie Lax.
Lax.
Okay. And he's in Dover?
Yeah, he lives in Dover.
When would you say that was about?
Again, it was probably the first 2 weeks in February.
Okay.
I was with him. Then he asked me to leave. And I went to a friend at Boston, Beacon Street.
In the city?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know who that friend, the name?
Richie Kovitz. Richie Kovitz, C-O-V-I-T-Z, I believe. I'm not 100% sure about this spelling.
Okay. That's fine.
Then...
so how long were you with him for? About, I know you might not know the exact time.
Probably 4 or 5 weeks.
Okay.
Then I went to Germany for a consultant job, mid-March. But then COVID basically hit hard, and it was suggested for a U.S. citizen to come back. So 5 days after I left here, I came back.
Okay.
To the United States. At that time, COVID was significantly around, and no friend would give me any kind of option to go somewhere, so I went to a hotel in Norway.
Okay. What hotel was that? Do you remember the name?
I think Hampton Inn.
Hampton Inn? Okay.
I went there.
So that's, we're going to ballpark that maybe around like late March?
Yeah, mid to late March.
Okay.
Yes. Then, because I don't have an income and hotel is expensive, I looked for other options to stay. A friend of mine has a camper in Florida and offered to me to go to Florida and stay free at the camper, basically.
Okay.
Which I did.
Oh, sounds like a good deal.
Yeah, it was not my first choice, but I didn't know where to go. Nobody was willing to give me any kind of, I was practically homeless, kind of saying. You know what I'm saying? So,
yeah, no, I get it. Plus you said
the hotel wasn't a good situation either. It's expensive, as I said, and there is no real option to cook anything or something, so I went to Florida.
Okay. What part of Florida?
Rockledge. That's mid-Florida.
Mid-Florida?
It's
what's that?
East Coast, right? Orlando.
Yeah.
Rockledge on the East Coast.
Okay. Oh.
So I went there until a week ago, I believe, and I came back up.
Were you driving or were you flying?
I was driving.
Driving.
All the way to New York, and then Katie would come, this her ex-husband, and pick me because I started to have leg issues.
Okay.
My back, nerve issues. So
yeah.
She offered to come. Because as I was in Florida, we started to consider reconciliation.
Oh, so you got to talk him through phone or internet, or how we?
No, it was over lawyers.
Through the lawyers. Okay.
Yes. Yes. Through the divorce lawyers.
Okay.
So yes, I came them back up.
Okay, so just so I understand, I don't want to be mistaken. So you're in Florida, and you start speaking to Katie through the divorce lawyers.
The divorce lawyers.
How to possibly getting, reunited, getting things back.
Right. And she was receptive to that idea, and so worked with the lawyers of trying to work things out.
Okay.
over a post-nap agreement to give her more rights on the house and give us safety and security.
Okay. I see. If something were to go bad again, you guys are going to do both. I see.
Know that she has to have the house and can't just be, which she didn't because she ordered a restraining order. I would have picked out, but she was obviously afraid of, not being secure.
I see.
Which I agree, that's not a good idea as a husband and wife.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. Okay. So you start. What are you driving at this point?
I was driving the silver Mercedes.
Silver Mercedes.
GL 550. Really kept the Jeep. Anyway.
Okay. So you drive back up. You said you having some pain in your leg. Tell me about that. You called Katie or?
No, we checked in with the lawyers and said, yeah, can she help? And then she said, yeah, she can help.
Okay. Again, through the lawyers. And she met you, said in New York. Okay. You remember where that meet was?
No. A little outside north of New York, going on the 95 interstate.
Oh, so just on like a rest area or something like that?
Right.
I see. Okay. And how did that then went?
Came on up and drove to the hotel that I booked.
Did she drive with you back? Did you drive alone?
No, she helped drive me.
She helped drive you back. Okay. And how did she get to New York? Who drove her?
Her ex-husband.
Okay. What's his
Father of
name?
my children.
Yep.
Last name is Rocker.
Yep. The first name?
Sorry, I'm holding a blank right now.
Okay.
The book on, sorry.
Yeah, no, we can go back to it. Okay, so then Katie, drive back to the hotel. You check right into the hotel in Dallas? Okay. So that was only, like I said, around the 8th, I booked the 8th?
Yeah.
Yeah. And, all right, so let's start there now. Again, I appreciate all the background information. It's helpful. So did she stay with you at the hotel? Did she go back home? Tell me about that.
She went back home, yeah.
Okay. And did you guys communicate from the 8th on? No.
Yes, we did.
Okay, so you weren't using the attorneys at that point? You were just talking? Okay. By phone? Okay. And how were things? What do you...
Good.
Yeah.
It was going well. She encouraged, she communicated and said, don't worry about this stuff. We're going to work it all out.
Okay. Okay. And were you seeing each other at this time?
Yes.
Okay. How often was she coming to the hotel? Were you going back home? Tell me about that.
I was mostly going to the house.
You're going to the house?
Once again, she said, come over, don't worry about it.
Okay. And her and 3 kids still living there, right?
Yes.
And how was your interactions with them? How did they?
Good.
Everything was good.
Yeah.
That way.
Yes.
Okay. So that's going on for about a week. And let's get to yesterday. Tell me about yesterday.
What?
Yesterday.
I really don't recall much.
Yeah.
If anything, I must have drunk a lot. And
Yeah. But trying to get to how you ended up here.
I can't tell you. I'm sorry, but I can't remember how I got where or when I got somewhere. I just woke up yesterday, but today we in the hotel and then in the hospital.
Okay. You don't know how you ended up here?
Even not, no, I can't really remember.
No. Okay. All right. So we did speak to Sophia, Grace, and Sam, and we can't find Kat. Yeah, so we were hoping, you could tell us.
Again, as I said, I have very difficult memory or get any kind of memory of the last 24 hours. I don't know how much time I really went there.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, because, like I said, we talked to kids, and tell me this, when's the last time you saw Kat?
remember that,
Katie.
I don't know exactly the day, it was Thursday. We played a game, a nice game. I'm not sure what the game name is, and it was Grace and Katie and I. That's what I remember.
All right, so,
And then we went watching TV, and we drank some alcohol, and then I don't even know what happened after that.
okay.
So I ended up in the hotel. They were saying I was in the hotel. I don't know.
All right, so today's Saturday. So you said Thursday.
I believe it was Thursday. I'm not 100% sure, but I think so.
Okay. And so tell me how you guys arranged to meet on Thursday.
From you?
How did you guys arrange to meet each other Thursday? So you were at the hotel, or were you, how did you guys get?
I was at the house.
You're at the house. Did you stay at the house Wednesday night?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, so you stay over Wednesday night, and then, so you're there Thursday? Tell me about Thursday. What you guys do in the morning on Thursday?
I'm not sure exactly. I mean, typically we'll have some breakfast and take a walk out, things like that. But again, I'm not recalling exactly what happened on Thursday.
But you did say, so
it was a good day in general, as I can remember. Yeah, and then I guess I said later in the day we played that game.
Okay, what game did you guys play?
I'm not sure what the name is. It was, it's a board game.
Okay.
I'm not sure what the name of the game is.
Okay. So this is Thursday, and you said you guys are having some drinks?
Yeah, she made me 2 martinis already before.
I'm sorry, can you say that one more time?
Martinis?
Martinis, okay.
Yeah. And then I think I switched to whiskey later. And I can't remember much about that.
Were the kids home Thursday night?
Yes.
Okay. So you guys are drinking Thursday night. Well, somehow you get back to the hotel. So,
yeah, I don't know. Oh, wait a minute. I can't recall. I must have driven myself, I guess. I'm not sure.
you know what you drove? The vehicle?
No, I think it must have been the Jeep, right?
Jeep?
Jeep Runner.
Okay.
I believe.
Yeah. Why do you think that?
Because I'm gonna recall that it was the only car that was there. The Mercedes was parked at the hotel.
Oh, the Jeep was the only car that was at the house.
The Jeep was at the house, yeah.
Okay. Tell me about the argument you guys had Thursday night.
The what?
The argument you guys had Thursday night?
An argument?
Yes. Tell me a little bit about that.
I'm sure about that. I'm not recalling an argument. As I said, we played a game that was all fun. And we watched TV and so I don't know about an argument.
Okay. What room were you guys in when you played the game? What room in the house? What were you guys in the house?
Kitchen?
The kitchen.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there a TV in the kitchen too? Like, did you watch the TV?
Next, room next, it's kind of an open room. It's there.
Okay. Okay, so you guys went from the kitchen playing the game, moved eventually into the TV room. Do you remember what you were watching that night?
I believe Sons of Anarchy. That's a TV show.
Okay.
She loved that show, and we continued watching it.
Okay. You remember what episode or what that?
No. No.
But you remember watching the Sons of Anarchy, right? All right, and then And then what? Do you guys eventually go upstairs to bed? When do you guys sleep on the couch? Tell me what happens next.
As I said, I really have a hard time remembering these, and after that, I really don't. Sorry.
Okay. I noticed you do have some scratches on your legs and your arms.
Yeah.
Yeah, what happened?
I have no idea. I don't know either. I woke up and it was there. I have no idea what happened.
Okay, we gotta find it. Where can we find it?
I don't understand.
You gotta help us out here. It's all right. You know, we gotta find you.
I'm sure I have no more. Maybe, I don't know.
I was telling you, the kids looking for what everybody's looking for. They need your help. Where can we find her? Where can we go find her?
I don't even know.
It seems like you guys have been under a lot of stress. You have some work stress, marital stress. I'm not sure what was going on the past couple of days, the past night, but now we're here. Okay?
Yeah.
And she's not. And
I don't really know.
we can get through this. I know this is going to be difficult. There's no way getting around it. We're at the point of our conversation now where it's just a difficult time. And I know you're probably going, through hell right now, and I know you probably feel really bad. And I'm sure it's uncomfortable to stay there without some talk to us about this. So we need you to, put us in the right direction. We can go find her. We can't leave her out there alone in there. We can't.
I don't know.
We can't do that to her. Regardless of what was going on, she's your wife. You love that woman. You guys had some issues. She has 3 beautiful kids, and they deserve to know that we're upon this. Her sister deserves to know, Yeah. We need you to help us out here.
I wish I could. I think I woke up. Today or something. I really have a time to remember what happened.
You know, I mean, an argument happened in the house, you know, so you know that. You broke glass in the home. You know, they got, you know, you're in the Jeep. We want to know where you went. And because like I said, this is about Kathleen right now, you know. We're doing the right thing for her at this point.
I don't even know that I was driving around.
Harry, you get scrapes up and down your legs and your arms.
Sorry, what?
So you have scrapes up and down your legs, your arms.
I know. I have no idea how that all happened. Sorry.
No one's talked to Kathleen. I've seen her since Thursday night. Saturday.
I don't remember much at all.
Okay, we need you to step up right now. We do. We need you to help us out. You're gonna feel better. I know you feel better right now. You can see it all over you. And I just want, you know, you need to feel better. And I do by feeling better. You need to tell us what happened.
I wish I could. I woke up and saw that too. And they asked me what happened. I don't know. I said I have no idea. I don't know. Because I'm responsible apparently. I have no idea how that all happened.
We drive a car. You use your cell phone. You know, this day and age with cell phones and video surveillance and cameras everywhere, I mean, we're trying to give you an opportunity, you know, to get ahead of it a little bit. That's what we're trying to do here.
Yeah, I understand. I understand.
You know, we're not here for, you know, some stupid reason, you know. And, you know, I'm a homicide detective. Detective from Denver Police, you know. Like I said, there's... And right now, we're trying to give you an opportunity to tell your side of the story. Tell us in your own words what happened. You know, I mean, if you don't want to do it for yourself, do it for our kids.
I really don't remember some. I said I woke up. I don't know. Today in the morning, I was away or something. I'm not sure again. Nothing is going on.
Do you remember driving back to the hotel that night? You don't remember driving?
I don't remember. When I was driving, I don't know.
So the Dedham Police Department got called to the residence inn Friday at 11 a.m. for a well-being check on Kathleen because no one had heard from her since 6 p.m. Thursday evening. When I got there, we located the white Jeep and your Mercedes parked in the parking lot. You told us earlier that you believe that you were operating the white Jeep at one point. The white Jeep was parked between the lines perfectly fine. There was nothing wrong with the exterior of the Jeep indicating that you may have been intoxicated. So how could you not remember driving that Jeep back to the hotel?
Sorry. I don't know.
Do you remember how much alcohol you consumed at the house that night? Thursday evening?
I think a lot. But I'm not sure. Again, I just remember we started off with martini and then we switched to whiskey. That's all I remember.
How many martinis did you say?
2 or 3.
2 or 3?
Yeah.
And then how many glasses of whiskey?
I really don't know. I don't know.
Did you consume anything other than alcohol?
That I know of.
Not that you know of.
Do you take any pills or anything like that? I don't you know what they're reading, something that you would normally take, or?
I used to take some medication over the last several months, antidepressants, yeah, and anxiety medication. But I kind of cut it down because I felt much better. And Katie said, yeah, let's try to fix that. So I'm not sure, I don't think I've taken anything on that day, and so again, I can't tell for sure.
It's gonna be frank. I mean, telling us you simply don't remember it. It's not good enough. That's just not a good enough answer.
I understand. It was strange. I don't even remember that I went to the hotel.
Where did everything go down here? It happened in the vehicle? It happened in your home? Did it happen in the woods? Where did it happen? Stop in the bedroom?
There was an argument on the TV show, yeah. I believe that is true, but I'm not 100% sure. So they were watching. But that was downstairs. I'm not sure. So often or something, I'm not sure.
An argument during the TV show?
I believe so, yeah.
Is that what you mean? When you guys were watching TV, you had an argument?
I believe that is true.
Do you remember how the argument started?
Where did it turn physical? Did it turn physical downstairs? Or did it start up in the bedroom?
I remember physically.
Go back in the bedroom? Maybe things just got a little out of control, a little bit more serious than maybe a normal fight. I mean, sometimes things that get out of, they just get away from us. And, you know,
I know, but
we don't need to do some things, and sometimes things happen. You know? One bad night. One bad night doesn't make you a bad person, Harry.
What happened after you started arguing?
the heating, don't remember, it was drinking whiskey, and I think it stopped again. I remember there was some arguing going on down there. It was mostly her yelling at me for some reason. I'm not sure exactly what that was.
Tell us what happened up in the bedroom.
I don't even remember even going to the
Blood on the mattress, Harry. Broken glass everywhere. Seems like things just got a little bit too much out of hand. You know?
I just remember downstairs, sitting there and drinking whiskey and having some argument as well. Again, it was mostly her arguing against him. I'm not sure again what it was exactly.
I can read.
And my guy just drank my whiskey and he said, but one, and then even more argument upstairs. I don't think so.
Where was the Jeep parked? Was the Jeep parked in the driveway? Was it parked in the garage?
I'm not sure, but typically it was in the garage. I believe.
Let's tell us where you went when you left the house that night, Mary.
Oh, and I woke up the next morning and stayed and looked at the stuff into the wall.
What was Katie wearing that night?
I don't remember, maybe. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Aaron, we need you to a little bit more honest with us. We know you were in the woods that night. We know it.
Yeah.
We know it. We know it. Yeah. I know you remember what happened. You may not want to remember what happened. I get that. But this can't go on any longer. Can't.
Her 3 children, her sister, and her mother deserve to know where she is. We need you to be honest with us.
I'm trying. I'm trying.
What happened in the woods?
I don't know. I don't even know where.
Did you drive deep into the woods or did you walk those?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Well, what do you think? I mean, you were there. We weren't.
I don't remember. I didn't get any of those.
We know how you left the area. Is she fully clothed?
You think so?
Is she fully clothed right now?
Like, I don't understand what.
Does she have clothing on when you left her?
Maybe we were downstairs. What should we do?
Everyone, you have the answers right now. We have the answer. You guys went together Thursday night, late, you're arguing. Tell us you had some drinks. And you wake up in the morning and you're in a hotel and she's gone. I mean, no, let's just get to it here.
I don't see no hook up in the hook up here.
I know this sucks, you know, there's no other word for it. I mean, she's like, one thing to do now, that's the right thing. It's just to man up. Man up. Let her family know where she's at. Let her family know where she's at. You know, we can get through this.
We don't know.
Help yourself out there, Harry.
No argument, no,
No, it's serious. You need to know what happened. Can't be over here in a hurry.
Don't stop it. Your Honor, would this be a convenient place to stop and take the 11 a.m. recess?
Sure. Why don't we do that, George? Just leave the transcripts and your notebooks right on your chairs. And we'll take about a 15-minute recess.
All rise, please. Your exit.
That's why I talked to you. What? Did I talk to you? More or the whole thing?
No, more.
Really? Okay.
Okay. All right,
We're at 53 minutes right now, approximately, on the interview. And it goes to 2 hours and 57 minutes.
Okay. All right, we're going to take the lunch break round one, depending on where we are in the
I
statement.
understand.
All right, okay. And then you have another witness, or is he going to?
Well, there'll be some more questions for him, and then we have at least one other witness.
Okay. All right, so why don't we take about a 15-minute recess?
Okay.
Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Court, all rise.
I will not put on the white noise.
Honorable court's back in session. You may be seated.
Me though.
Sergeant Kwiatkowski, please.
One is ready.
Thank you.
You can sit down, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So we're at the top of 26. Ms. Gilman, can you please resume the interview? Thank you.
I want to do the right thing right now. I want to look at her. You think you went to the woods that night, Harry? You do? successful man. You told me the chief urologist.
Yeah, that's a long time ago.
Yeah, but you know what? You're a good person. You've had a successful career. Came to this country, done very, very well. That's all you know. You've done very, very well. And this doesn't make you a bad person. No. What happened with you and Katie? Things might have got out of control the other night. But like I said, you can't be defined for one night. So we're trying to help you out there. We're trying to let you get this out of the story. Do the right thing now. You just want to know where she is when you bring her home. Okay. That's it. All right, we know you can't put that no matter what. Hey, what's that?
I'm Detective Deborah Gotsky. I work.
Bad person. No. What happened with you and Katie? Things might have got out of control the other night. But like I said, you can't be defined for one night. So we're trying to help you out there. We're trying to let you get this out of the story. Do the right thing now. You just want to know where she is when you bring her home. Okay. That's it. All right, we know you can't put that no matter what. Hey. What's that? Sorry, I'm sorry, you guys say something.
No, we know you care about her a lot and you love her. And we really need you to do the right thing. We can't have her out there another night, Harry.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Harry, it's the right thing to do. We need you to tell us where she is so we can bring her home to her family.
I don't know.
After all counting up right now. We gotta talk to her sister today. We gotta talk to the kids today. We can't let them, we can't give them no answer. It's, I don't wanna be so blunt, but I mean, we can't go back to them and say we don't know. We can't do that. It's just.
Did you ever hike in the woods near your house? Did you ever go for walks on the trails?
Not near the house, no.
Not near the house? In Dover, have you? What trails do you usually go?
I'm not sure what the name is. That's where the tennis courts are.
The tennis courts?
In Dover, the tennis courts. And there's a trail. I actually did that. We did that with Katie together one day, but it's not recently. Yeah, that's the trails that we typically use.
Do you usually go the same route?
Yeah.
Yeah? Do you know what street it's on?
I think it's Dedham Street, but I'm not sure. So again, there's just one area where tennis courts are, and there's a trail starting in the back corner.
What was your favorite part about those trails?
Favorite part is if it goes all the way up to some small little mountain where you can see Boston.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Does it have a name?
I'm not sure. I don't remember the particular name. Law Park, but again, don't know. I'm not 100% sure.
Is that the only one you guys would hike at?
That's why I remember, yeah.
How often would you guys go?
Again, it must have been last year in the summer or so. And recently, Katie and I drove to Lincoln to walk in Lincoln, which was new for me. But not in Dover.
Did you go to this trail in Dover often?
Yeah.
How often would you say?
Once a week.
Once a week at least?
Is that a walkable trail or?
Yeah, it's a pretty good
Wide?
trail,
And that goes up to the, you said, you see Boston?
I mean, there's several trails, different colors. And one of them, I'm not sure which one, was deep and then up to the mountains.
When's the last time you guys were there together?
I don't really remember exactly, but it must have been a while. Months, many months.
Was that a special place for you guys?
In a certain way, yeah.
Yeah, have some meetings you guys as a couple to go there?
We always enjoy, hiking together, yeah.
Yeah.
you were up there the other night.
Did you bring her up there the other night?
I don't think so, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure. It's like...
Did you bring her up to the mountain the other night, Harry?
Hello?
Did you bring her up to the mountain the other night, Harry?
I don't think so. What was it said? I don't remember anything.
Come on, Harry, get off your chest. Yes, just get off your chest. You're gonna feel better. You're gonna feel relieved. You're gonna know you did the right thing.
I don't remember much at all.
Harry, you were up there that night.
He was angry. He was angry for whatever reason. I'm not sure why. Yeah. Although the day was nice. In the evening, I mean. He was angry.
That house is fun, Harry. And go up there. Yes, we will. I know you're up there. Yes. It's no way to look up there. We don't want to, it's time to get dark. We want to get this done.
I'm going to leave now. Just remember she was angry. She's in love with me, yeah.
Harry, you drove the Jeep up there that night.
We're up there. Can we find her, Harry?
I don't know. I'm telling you about it now. I don't know. I have no idea where she is or what happened. All I know is we were sitting downstairs watching TV, and when that, as I said, she was arguing, she was angry, and very aggressively talking to me about her being angry about stuff, and I was drinking whiskey. And saying she was drinking something too, but I'm not sure.
know what the argument was about, why she was mad?
What's that?
Do you remember why she was mad?
So it was, rotating about the same thing that I tried to divorce her in January. She came always back with that over and over, although she also suggested that we should just let her go and fix our marriage. Then she came back to that thing always, well not always, repeatedly, that she was very angry that I made a decision that I'm leaving to go to Germany to continue my career.
Eric, tell us about the text you sent to Kyle.
Text what?
Text you sent to Kyle?
To who?
Kyle? Remember?
I think it's Kyle.
I don't know what text you mean. I don't remember what he said in the text.
You know Kyle?
What?
Right?
Kyle?
Kyle.
No.
From town?
What?
From Dover, from town?
No. Doesn't say anything, Kyle. I don't know Kyle.
Kurt,
What's here?
I'm not sure about it.
do you remember sending Kurt a text message?
No.
No?
No. Then
At 4:31 a.m. on Friday.
I don't know. She was angry for whatever reason. Although she wanted to fix it, I don't understand.
You sent Kurt a text message at 4:31 a.m. on Friday stating, Kurt, I am sorry, brother, but she is a vindictive devil. She played us all. I am really sorry, brother, but she manipulated us all. Love you.
What?
Do you recall that message?
No, I'm serious. I have no recollection having sent any kind of that message. No. No, I haven't sent any message.
And you sent that message did. I really have no idea. Not too long after you sent the message, you're back at the hotel. Oh, Eric, this isn't going away. The only way we get headed in the right direction is just behind us. We just please talk about it.
And I said she was angry, and that's the last I knew. I'm not sure if she walked away or just sitting there.
Saying that she wouldn't leave the home without her pocketbook and phone.
She wouldn't leave her kids.
Think about our kids, Sarah. We can't do this with the kids. They've been through hell the past day and a half.
What do you think happened? I don't understand.
Did you tell us what happened? Did you tell us which was? I want to find her quickly. You were on top of that mountain that night.
What's that?
You were up on that mountain that night.
We know you were up there for a couple hours.
Yeah, no.
You were up on that mountain for a couple hours that night. You were up there for a while. Where can we find her up there?
I don't even know when I was out there for a couple hours. It's a good woman. I don't know what happened. History. Updates today?
Today's Saturday evening now. To go back to your argument that night, watching TV. So you need to go back to the argument, watching TV, and take us through what happened.
Again, I'm not sure we call it in words, but I believe it went on the same topic that she had all the time, getting over the fact that in January I was talking to a lawyer looking into divorcing her. And then she believed I would sort her out, which was not what the plan was. Or the idea, there was only a plan actually. I'm just playing this out. This is to protect, potential projection in terms of what I'm supposed to do or we're supposed to do. So I think that was the argument in terms of still being angry that I tried to pull myself determined.
Yeah.
But I'll ask her, why wouldn't you come with me? Back then, December, January.
What happened next?
What are they doing? There's a history and was drinking. Maybe there's more argument, I don't know.
She hit you, Harry? That night?
I think she did. So I still remember she was angry, really angry. I didn't understand. All kinds of words. Bad. Bad words.
What'd she say? What'd she say to you?
I'm not sure. Motherfucker or something like that. Fuck you off, fuck you. And I said, oh, that was good.
She become violent?
I'm sure. Something like that.
Sorry, you have there. Was that from just a slap or was that she did a punch?
Something.
Was it her hand or an object?
Maybe it was a glass or something.
So you have to defend yourself. You got hit in the head with a glass. It's glass all over the bedroom. Glass.
Mm-hmm. Maybe I did defend myself, I don't know.
Naturally, anybody wouldn't get hit in the head with a glass. Like I said, there's glass everywhere. Remember how you had to defend yourself? What happened? Sounds like you had no choice but to defend yourself.
You always have a choice, no?
What's that?
You always have a choice.
Yeah, but I mean,
She's a beautiful woman, but she had her volatility scenarios always kind of always ready for a fight. Verbally, you know,
yeah. It seemed like you tried real hard when you gave her that beautiful home. You obviously provided pretty well for her. And gave her a good life.
I did.
Sounds like
You know, I got kicked out of it. I'll do it again. I forgive her for that. So let's forget about it. Sorry.
yeah, even after all that, you were willing to go back and try to make it for her.
I did.
That's what it sounds like.
That's right. I really did.
What you're saying, it sounds like that the other night you just kept this. Yeah, you know, just being volatile, like you said, right? Just how much you just kept digging at you and stuff, you know? You catching up yet, talking to him. I'm sure you just happy to be sitting on your freaking couch, you know?
Sorry?
I'm sure you're just happy to be sitting on your own couch, you know? Or you don't have to deal with, you know, an argument.
No, I didn't want to deal with it.
Yeah. Sorry, just happy.
No interest in arguments anymore.
Yeah, I'm sure you're just happy to be back in your home.
It's actually true.
Yeah, no.
I felt, since a long time, since 3 months, I felt somewhat more peace, that I wasn't running around trying to find some kind of shelter and protecting myself from COVID-19 with nobody helping. But again, that wasn't the point. I really appreciated that she provided a home again. Really like to love it at all. Let's make it work, let's have peace, and let's forget about all that. Was her aggression actually several weeks back. Let's have a clean slate. Just let heal and not talk about the old stuff that she couldn't let go. She came up with the resentment feeling that she still had, and she said, I have to talk about it. And I have some resentment too. But let's just go away for now. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah. Lots of deep trying. It sounds like the argument was unavoidable that night. It was all getting around it.
Getting around it.
I mean, obviously she was fired up. I mean, she hit you. What happened after she hit you?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
I was saying her belongings are all at the house. I wish she would have left out her pocketbook, phone, especially her kids. I don't think he meant to hurt her. We're trying to make things better. Anything's been spot on again. Things just get a little too out of hand that night. The booze is flying, she's angry. We're trying to make things better. It's like a friggin' perfect storm, you know, comes home.
What happened after she hit you with the glass?
I'm sure she did. Something that, you know.
Something that was made out of glass? You want to get through this with you? You want to retrace this text with you? You have to know something.
You remember when I texted something? I won't.
You have a text and you just yeah, this is the text. Yeah, just read the text again so Martin rewrote.
This was the text that you sent to your friend Kurt at 4:31 a.m. on Friday. I'm just going to read it to you again. It says, Kurt, I am sorry, brother, but she is a vindictive devil. She played us all. I am really sorry, brother, but she manipulated us all. Love you.
She was arguing about them. That's all on the email. As I said, constantly, not constantly, but repeatedly going back to the time when she was so angry about, what I did or what I've done, about talking to a lawyer about a divorce. And she believed I was going to throw her and the kids out, which is not really what I had in mind. If it would have all happened, my plan would have been end of school year, that they're obviously all finishing. And then actually do go to Germany, sell the house later in the year and then go. But she believed something different. And she was very angry, and that came out over and over again. It's like she was trying also to reconcile and saying, let's do, you know, let's have a clean slate. Let's not talk about the old stuff all the time.
Why did you think she was being vindictive?
She would tell that about herself.
She would say that about herself?
Yeah. And sometimes actually, and then disappointed way about herself, because she would go all the way and pay back if somebody did something wrong to her. So one of her favorite saying was, you fuck me, I fuck you hard. So,
Did you ever feel like she was being vindictive to you?
yes. There was an episode early in our relationship where we had an argument also early on, I'm not sure, a couple months in. And that was in the bedroom, and I went downstairs. There was just a verbal argumentation going on. And had a couple of drinks and looked on Bumble around. And she found out because, you know, I don't know, Bumble, but you have to swipe and then you're kind of matching.
Yep.
And I just didn't talk to anybody. I just looked at them and swiped from left to right. And apparently, when I didn't even realize until the next morning when I actually checked what I was doing, that I matched with one of her girlfriends in Sudbury. But I didn't talk to her. It was just the swipe match. And she was very angry about it. I called her right away, apologized, said sorry, it was just stupid stuff. I didn't really think much about it. And then she signed up on Bumble and actually matched with guys and talked while I was sitting right there, just saying, you know, feel how it feels. And so I did not talk to anybody, but she would actually talk.
Okay.
I found that a little vindictive instead of just letting go, but a small, unimportant episode, or in particular if there was no conversation with anybody going on. I'm saying more talking or no dating or something. Anyway. I once think a restraining order was necessary, for example. I wasn't, you know, in any kind of could have handled divorce under one roof like other couples and then figure things out. And, you know, some of the prior episodes were related to that. It's not an excuse, but getting, you know, poked or provoked all the time. You take your phone away and say, please don't do that, please don't do that. Let me see what you're doing. Let me see who you're talking to. It's immovable. But that frustrated me with time that she continued to do that. Although there was no evidence for her at all that I would have done anything. But she was very easy to believe, or she was very easy to believe that I was fooling around out there, which I did not do. Sometimes she would drive after me when I said, hey, I have a little thing going on with a friend, we're gonna have some burgers, and she didn't believe me. Apparently she followed me. Because she believed I'm on a date. I wasn't. I was meeting with that fellow, it's a friend, a male friend, and I had a burger. All this kind of stuff, you know, saying that kind of builds up this time that you feel, what are you doing? Why are you so distrustful? Why are you worrying all the time about me or you and me and things like that? It was one of the big problems in that relationship, that there was very little trust with each other in terms of, you know, being faithful to each other. And again, I never really cheated on that at all. So anyway, so she has that. She knows that herself, and she would actually mention that. Except, you know, sometimes I think it goes a little overboard. It would be that I'm going for the full payback and beyond, just because I'm angry about certain things.
What makes you feel as though the restraining order was unnecessary?
So again, but I didn't see the need for that because the episodes that were prior to that was, not immediately. It wasn't right there, and then she had to close restraining order. She should put the restraining order out of, in my opinion, she wasn't afraid of me. She would not. She would actually argue with me even, the night before or 2 nights before the whole divorce thing happened. And as I said, if I did push her, it was typically related to something that, again, she got my phone again and checked it out without me giving permission to do that in terms of, yeah, do it or not. And again, there was nothing in there anyway, but just the fact that she constantly did that. So I don't know. To me, it didn't feel, it was an immediate reaction to her finding out that I'm looking into divorce, not because there was a violent saying and then she said, I need to file a restraining order. You understand what I'm trying to say? That there was time, significant time in between. And I looked into divorce, not she. You know what I'm saying? So she knew that. She found that actually out, then retaliate in terms of now the restraining order, you need to get out of here. And then following up with charges of stuff that was older. Which is perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with that. I didn't say that. But the restraining order thing was clear. Move to just remove me from the house just because. It's a very passionate relationship with both sides, kind of thing. I'm not sure that makes sense to you guys. Pick on her side. She could be all in and very, very loving, and she could be very angry. Obviously, you could. I thought you really have a chance. Put that together. I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, I'm trying.
I know.
Again, as I said, there was arguments.
Are you at all concerned? I mean, think about what we're talking about. Are you concerned? I mean, are you concerned about what's going on? I mean,
absolutely, I'm concerned. Bodies are checked out. I don't really know what collection got her text. I don't know how I got to the hotel. I don't know.
so you are gonna have not you're up there.
No. I don't know. It's a pretty long hike, so I'm not sure.
Did you drive part of it or all of it?
I don't know. I really don't. I can't remember shit. I remember again arguments happening kind of in and out. And the other didn't call names, as I said, because she was angry. And didn't say or behave the way that she wanted to, or I'm not sure. Typically it does happen when she has a lot of alcohol on board. So I think she drunk also something during the game, and you doubt the game. That is one. And then she turns off to go with angry.
Did she get out of control? Maybe she may have hit you, but was she out of control?
I believe so.
Did you have to keep your hands on her to calm her down or protect yourself?
I don't know.
I said, we just want to find her. We want to find her tonight. It's been a day and a half now.
I believe she's gone. I'm sorry, guys.
Where can we find her? Which might sound we just want to bring forward the little kids. That's what we want to do right now. That's our goal. I can't do it without you, without your help. Thank you for her. Just help me, Harry. Help me out here. Help me get to Glory Roaches tonight. Help me out. Tell me something. Tell me something you can remember.
Just that little pieces in terms of arguing, being, you know.
I know you're trying. I can see you trying. I know it. I know it.
You must have somehow remembered. From somewhere, right? It's like those.
Sorry. No, take your time. I know this is difficult.
she's so angry, you know.
Tell me what happened after she beat the glass.
Just like that, I guess.
Did you hear back? Tell me about it, Larry.
Sorry, what?
I said, tell me about it.
You should come down.
Sorry, I'm not saying what you said.
So I wish I could come back.
She hit you with the glass. Were you guys upstairs or downstairs?
So I was upstairs.
Upstairs. The bedroom? Your bedroom? Were you bleeding?
Not sure. I don't know if it was glass or something.
Okay. What happened next? Tell me how you think you heard her. What happened?
I don't think I did or something.
Remember what you hear?
I don't think I did.
You don't think you did? Huh? Did you grab her? Need to stop her?
Probably.
Do you know where you grabbed her?
It's wrong. Badly wrong.
Keeping it grab her. You remember what happened next?
Maybe must have made snap or something. I don't know.
You were near the bed, were you in the bathroom, in the closet?
I don't know. I was in the bed area, but I'm not sure if you were in the bed.
What?
I said, I think it was in the bed area, but I'm not sure if you were in the bed.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's in the grip on the neck, I believe. But I'm not sure either.
What happened after you grabbed her?
It's all black. It's all black. It's almost just. It's like a orange.
Because she passed out, and then she fought back. What do you think? What happened? Did she hit you back? Right? Yeah. Okay, you do that. I'm going to take a short break. It's 7:29 p.m. We'll stop the recording now. Okay, it's Saturday, May 16, 2020. It's 8:12 p.m. We are restarting our interview. We're in the second floor of Norwood Hospital. My name is Trooper Kotkowski, KOT, KOW-SAI. I work on the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. With me here is
Detective Rich Fuller of Dedham PD.
And we're with
Ingolf Tuerk.
Ingolf, can you just spell your last name for us?
Tuerk.
And for the record, Ingolf, we've been calling you Harry. That's okay with you? That's just the nickname, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so we're just going to continue our conversation that we took a break from. So, Harry, I just wanted to touch upon some of the comments going with the hotel for the past week. And let's just start with Thursday. All right, today's Saturday, 2 days ago Thursday. Now, earlier you said you thought you may have spent the night Wednesday into Thursday at the house in Dover.
Yes.
Did you go to the hotel on Thursday though in the morning? Do you remember going to the hotel?
I think I did on the way from Staples, yeah.
Okay.
But again, it's difficult for me to really remember stuff, but I think I did.
Okay, so you think Wednesday night you sleep in Dover, Thursday sometime in the morning you go to Staples?
I had to go to Staples, fix things up, yeah, in Dedham.
In Dedham?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you think you went back to the hotel?
I actually briefly went to the hotel, not exactly why and what I was looking for, but I think I did.
Okay. What were you driving when you
The Jeep.
You driving the Jeep? Now, I know you told me before you drove the Mercedes up from Florida. Were you, the past week, have you been driving the Jeep often? Like, how often were you driving the Jeep?
Pretty much every day.
Driving the Jeep every day? Okay. And the Mercedes been where?
At the hotel?
It's parked at the hotel. So you've been taking the Jeep from the hotel, Dover, and wherever else you've been going?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what door were you primarily used to enter the hotel?
What door?
What door? Would you go to the main lobby?
Main lobby, yeah.
Every time?
Yeah.
Okay. And how would you exit your room?
Sorry?
And what route would you take exiting your hotel room?
Same way. The elevator and then to the main lobby.
Okay. So you never took the stairwell to the, just to the right side?
Yeah, it faces the main road, which is on
Alfred. So you never took the stairwell, you would always take the elevator down to the,
Yes.
to the lobby and move that way?
Yeah.
Okay.
But Thursday about noon, you think, Harry, you went to the hotel about noon, right?
Yeah.
Sounds about right.
No, I just want,
Late morning or something?
yeah. It's the time you swiped in your room on the cards. I just looked, yeah, it's 12:30.
Okay.
I know that's not something important in my overly right up in it, but yeah, Thursday, you went there Thursday about 12:30.
But you don't know why you went there, grab a bag or something, you remember?
No, I'm sorry, I think I was looking for sunglasses or something. I'm not sure exactly why. I I remember I went looking for something, but I can't recall exactly what it was. I'm sorry about that.
Okay. And that was the only time you were at the hotel on Thursday, correct?
Correct.
And then you went back to Dover?
Yes.
And you spent the rest of the day in Dover, right?
Correct.
And had Katie been driving the Jeep too, or just you?
Sorry, what?
Was Katie driving the Jeep too, or just you?
I believe yes.
Yes?
Yeah. But she had to, but she wasn't leaving the house much because of COVID-19.
So she would just take it to run errands and stuff like that?
Yeah. Although again, I was running mostly errands with her.
So for the past week, you've been mostly in that Jeep?
Yeah.
Okay. Another thing I wanted to talk to you about, the scratches in your arms and legs. Would it be okay with you if I took a couple photos with my cell phone? So we have that on record? That's okay with you?
I don't know. Should I do something else? I don't know.
Well,
Asking so much. Yeah.
I mean, I would like to just document that you have scratches on you with a photo.
Yeah.
So I'm asking you if you would mind if I take a photo. It's okay? All right, let's just do that real quick so we get that out of the way. You mind if you take your socks off? Yes. Circulate a little bit. Yeah. Give me your right leg here, please. You mind taking the socks off? Let's just see your arms. You look your shirt up past your biceps just so I can see if you're doing one there. Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you just open up your hands for me? Can you bring your hand over? Okay, let me see your right arm now. Can you lift your shirt up so I can see your arm? There's no more stretching up your arm, right?
No.
Can you just turn your hand over, please? Okay, I know you said you had a little cut on your forehead. You think that might have been from possibly glasses, right?
I'm not sure.
Whichever
I fit with
photo
something.
sounds like we get your injury, okay? You want the light? Yes. That's it.
This one. Oh, yeah. The other switch thing.
Yeah. Want to face that way? Good. Yeah. That's it. That's it right there, right above your left eye. You ever right there too? Oh yeah. You want to do that for me? I'll pull your hair over. Yeah, watch that. Okay. All right. Thank you for that. Well, I noticed when you looked over your left hand, you had those cuts in your wrist. You remember how those happened? No?
I really don't remember.
You think that was self-inflicted?
Kind of looks that way.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking. You don't know. Do you know when that occurred?
I really, I don't know. I really don't remember. It's a lot of stuff.
Gilman,
Are
could
you
you
a
pause,
big-
please? Your Honor, would that be a convenient spot, place to
Sure.
stop for lunch?
Yes. 8:50.
Yes, the top of page 51.
All right, Ferris, gonna take the lunch recess.
All right, please, for the next.
Court back in session, you may be seated. Ready for the jurors?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Reddington?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. All right.
Court's back in session, you may be seated.
Sergeant back?
Sergeant Kotkowski, please.
Okay.
All set.
Yeah, you don't, that's fine. Thank you for asking. Ms. Beatty, the top of page 51 is the transcript reference?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Gilman, can you please resume playing the speaker?
I'm drinking over the last several months more because of all the job issues.
Yeah, what's your drink?
Typically, whiskey,
Whiskey? Yeah.
Glenfiddich.
Vodka at all?
No.
Whiskey?
Yeah, I mean, yes. Katie,
You're German, you must drink beer.
not so much actually, but Katie, when there was this Katie before, and then recently she did like to make martinis.
Oh, martinis, yeah. Okay.
She really does a good job. She learned very well to do martinis. So yeah, and Thursday we started off with, I started off with martinis.
Yeah.
She offered martini
Thursday?
in the afternoon. So yeah.
What
I
kind?
remember that.
What kind? Martinis.
Dirty.
Oh, dirty, yeah, right on. No chocolate or anything like that, just dirty.
Vodka, I think that's.
I'm a martini guy myself. And make some pretty good ones too. Yeah.
And then switch to whiskey.
Tough mix.
Any idea when you made that switch, what time it was?
It was around when we started watching the TV show, Sons of Anarchy.
Okay.
Again, she started to get angry, and I got a little annoyed by the fact that there was a lot of arguing going on from this side. So I just said, okay, let me take some whiskey. I gotta relax here.
Yeah. That's a tough mix. Whiskey and vodka.
I found out.
I can do vodka and beer. Right? Whiskey and vodka is
I didn't
a
think
tough
about it.
mix.
I just wanted to
Yeah.
get my nerves calmed down.
Yeah.
So I drank a lot of whiskey then.
Yeah.
And then
What kind? What's your favorite?
again, Glenfiddich.
Oh, no, fish.
That was downstairs, right? You guys watching that?
Yeah. but I'm sure you sure I took it upstairs and
Yeah. And the fight obviously continued upstairs.
yes, it did.
Yeah. And she remained the aggressor, right?
She had a very aggressive language toward me, and I didn't really understand why she wouldn't stop.
Yeah.
Actually, we did go upstairs with some drinks. I believe we had sex.
Yeah.
But again, that was consensual. You know, she initiated it. And then she looked at my phone and saw text messages of an old friend that she always despised.
A girlfriend? Or
No,
friend?
no.
Guy friend?
A friend,
Yeah.
but a female.
Oh, no, I don't mean like girlfriend as a girlfriend, but I mean a girl who's a friend or a guy who's a friend.
Yeah, 15, 16 years ago, we had one moment of making out a little bit. That's all.
So it was a
Never
woman.
any kind of, she's a woman.
A woman for, okay, yeah, that's what I meant.
And she saw the text messages, and she wanted to see what we talked about during our separation time. I said, don't do this because there's angry words in there because we were in a home war. You know, saying she and I were very angry at each other, and so I said, please don't look at the messages because they're not true for today. That was 2 or 3 months ago. But she wanted to see what has been said.
Did you let us see him?
Huh?
Did you let us see him?
Yeah, because we said we are being transparent now and we are not doing the hiding stuff anymore. I said, okay. And we said, how about your text message? Oh, I'm smarter than you. I deleted all this stuff. I said, but I wanted to keep it because I wanted to give you trust that you can see it, but I didn't understand that you get angry at stuff that's 3 months old. That's been told, was said. There's angry emotions.
Yeah.
And then she got really angry again because she saw some stuff that she didn't like. Really angry again.
And she started hitting you? I'm sure she did.
I think again, I don't exactly remember, but something hit me.
About what time do you think this was?
Late. Must have been pretty late. And again, I'm sorry, I can't give you exact time frames.
How much do you think you would drink in a day overall? Any idea?
I'm not drinking it throughout the day. I start typically at 5.
At 5, yeah. But now you're talking what, midnight, before, or after?
Yeah, probably after,
Yeah.
I think. The martinis and a lot of whiskey, so, sorry.
And then what, Jim? Go ahead, Harry.
I think I choked her.
You think you did?
As a reaction to that aggression situation.
And then what happened?
She passed out.
She passed out?
She was fighting first, and I was continuing, and she passed out and realized we didn't far problem.
Where did that happen? In the bed or in the bed or?
That area, I remember, yeah.
All right.
And then what? After she passed out, was she on the bed or like on the floor?
I believe she was on the floor.
Yeah.
I think, again, to me it was too far.
Yeah.
So now I panicked and said I need to put her somewhere. So.
Yep.
And then what?
Again, I have really very little memory about this stuff, and it's just a little bit there, and then I drove somewhere in the woods. I'm not sure.
You drove somewhere in the woods?
Yeah.
Did you?
What is that?
How did you get her out of the house?
Carried her.
You carried her? You put her?
I
Do you think you put her in a bag or anything, or you just carried her out? Did you carry her over your shoulder, or did you carry her like this? How did you put the hand up straight? Do you remember?
I don't remember.
Okay. And where did you put her when you carried her out? Where was the Jeep parked? Was it in the garage or was it parked in the driveway?
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure.
What do you think, though? You know, I don't think you're crown. I think you made a mistake. You know what I mean? I think you just made a mistake, right? Am I right? And I know you're not a criminal. I think you just made a mistake. And sitting here this long, I could tell, even from, I've been watching you, Harry, from outside there, and I could tell Harry was just eating at you. You know what I mean? Looking at you from that window. I've been watching your body language, and I can tell.
Guys, I'm so sorry.
I can tell it's just eating at you. And I think it's time. Harry, I'm a guy that's been known to have a few drinks myself. And I go, there are a lot of times I think, I'd like to say I don't remember, but I do. And it's convenient for me to say I don't remember. And I wish I didn't remember, but I did. And you know what?
I don't remember this text message or something. I don't really remember having done such stuff.
I think you remember, I think you're being not all the way honest. I do think you're being pretty honest. I think you made a mistake. I think you're being pretty honest. But I don't think you're being all the way honest. I think you really don't want to think about it, but I do think you remember what happened a lot more clear than you're saying. I do. And I really wish we could just get it all out of here. You know what I mean? Like, you were in the bed, up in the room. Pretty sure you do remember. You choked her. It would just help us if we got a much clearer picture. And like I said, as a guy that has a few myself, it's like, hey, I still remember him. And I got to tell you, I watched the video the next day of you coming home in the hotel, and you parked the car straight. You seem to be walking pretty clear. I know you weren't on the right line, but I think you remember a lot clearer. What else can you tell us, Harry? What else? Please.
It's all I got right now. I don't remember even having drinks at the hotel. I really don't.
You don't?
No, I don't.
So when she looked at you and choked her, did she fall to the ground?
I think it was in a bed.
I'm sorry?
I think it was in a bed. But I'm not 100%. I'm not 100% sure. It's all.
When she hit you, Harry, was she saying anything? Did she say anything?
She was screaming the whole time. That soul and the motherfucker and a bad man and blah, blah, blah.
Who was she talking about? The person on the phone?
Yeah, the text messages that I was saying, hey, there's other woman that she acted like a black widow or something, and said, and then she talked about something.
Have you guys argued about this woman before?
Oh yeah, that's a very good point. Actually, yes. Yeah. Right early in our relationship, she became suspicious of her, although there is nothing sexual or something.
But that's something that just kind of ate at her the whole time.
All the time. Now she's again there, and you're absolutely correct.
What was her name?
What?
What was her name?
Kate Kelly.
Kate Kelly.
Yeah. Where she live?
New Hampshire. Not sure exactly where, because I'm just texting with her.
Yeah.
I met her many, many, many years ago. I think I did surgery on her father.
Oh, you did? Yeah.
So,
and then that's right. That was always a target for her. Although I told her, there's nothing to worry about. All there is talking going on, checking in each other. There's nothing sexual.
Do you think you hit her at all, or do you think you just, lashed out when she hit her, or do you think you just choked her?
I believe I just choked her.
Just choked her? For how long do you think? Any idea?
No. I don't know.
So Harry, you're a doctor. You think she stopped breathing? You think she was dead?
I believe so.
In the bedroom, she was dead. Okay.
When you got her down to the car, how far do you think you drove? And which way? Do you remember?
No, that's a good question.
Like how long do you think you were in the car for?
I'm honest. I'm telling you, it's very hard. The hotel. When you guys said you saw me on the video coming to the hotel, I don't really remember. I haven't been there, but
yeah, it's about 5:22.
I don't really.
Do you think you drove like the normal route you would have drove from, you had gone back and forth several times from the hotel to that house? Do you think you drove that same route you would have drove as if you would just go in the hotel and maybe stop somewhere else along the way on the road, or did you go to a place you remembered, or did you have a place in mind?
Again, not necessarily all the way up rather than just somewhere in the woods area.
Do you remember any landmarks, like a tree or a sign or water?
Some water, yeah. Some water was around there, yeah.
How far would you say from the road, from the time you start driving to where you left her? You know,
Did you leave her in the ground, like, you know, after a tree? Did you leave her in the water? How are we gonna find her? Was she in grass? Was it gravel?
It was in the woods.
It was in the woods?
Did you just carry her like regular, or did you put her in something? Or carry her, I mean, a bed, a box, or anything?
Not that I remember.
No? Okay.
So Harry, when you carried her out of the house, went down the stairs, through the kitchen, into the garage, that's the route you took? The side door there, out to the garage? Yeah, all right. And the Jeep, you don't know, was it in the driveway or was it in the garage?
I think it was in the garage.
Okay.
And you put her in like the back, like that cargo area or the back seat? Okay.
No, I put her in the front seat.
Oh, in the front seat?
Was she sitting up? How'd you put her in there? Okay. Yeah. That's what you did. You drove to that location directly there, the tennis courts?
I believe so, yeah.
You drove where you parked?
No.
Okay. So you get to the tennis courts. Now, do you take your Jeep into the woods?
No.
You park right at the courts and you get out of the vehicle?
It's, yeah.
Was it the side of the road, or were you in like a parking space, or just on the shoulder, or
I know it's on there's a parking space.
parking space there?
Okay. Then you get out and then you go to the passenger side front door. Open it up.
Probably.
Huh?
Probably, yeah.
Okay.
And how far do you think from the vehicle to the woods? Like in the area you put her in the woods, do you remember, like, was there a lot of bushes, a lot of trees, a lot of rocks?
Some water.
And there was water?
Yeah.
Like running water, like a stream or river, or like a pond or a swamp or a lake?
No, water. Kind of half in, half on.
Like by a pond, I mean like a small, like flat, or was it like running water, like a stream or a river? You don't think it was running?
We talked about the trails that marked around up there. You're familiar. Do you remember which trail you went up? No, the dark.
How far do you think? Like a 30-second walk, 15-second walk, 2-minute walk?
So,
But not like right there. You walked a little ways. And then what, Harry? How much? You put her down?
Yeah. Cover her up, Harry? Did you leave her? Okay, what was she wearing?
the same stuff that she was wearing, I believe, some exercise clothes, but not sure 100%.
Okay, you know what color they were, or?
No.
Okay, so you put her down, you stay there for a little bit? Or you leave right away? What did you do? You left? And when you left,
I'm not sure about all the timeline.
Did you go back to the house at all? Or did you go right to the hotel?
I'm sure.
You don't remember?
No.
So you could have done, either you could have gone back to the house, or you could have...
I have no recollection of it.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
I said I have no recollection when I got to the hotel.
Did you go back to the hotel and go to sleep?
I'm not sure what I wanted to do.
Yeah.
Remember, you tried to harm yourself at the hotel?
I don't remember that. Pretty much. I kept drinking, I think.
Do you think there's any chance you'd be able to find either on a map, or you see where she was? Do you think you remember well enough? No. But when you got in the car from the house, how long would you guess you were driving for before you pulled over? Like less than 5 minutes, or less than 3 minutes, or between 5 and 10? I mean, think you could give us a general time frame?
Well, you said you talked to the little tennis courts, right? That's accurate?
I believe so, yeah. I'm not sure, really not. It's not that far away. I can't give you any timelines in there. It's very difficult for me to remember any timelines.
Yeah, I know time's not.
But you're positive, though, it's the spot we talked about.
Sorry?
But you're positive, though, it's the spot we talked about. I said you're positive, though, it's the location we discussed earlier.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, where the tennis courts are. Okay.
Just most importantly, there was some water there. Yeah.
Like how close was she to the water? Like you could see it from where you were, or she's close to the water?
On the edge of the water.
On the edge of the water? Could she have fallen in water or gone in the water?
Possibly.
Possibly. So she might be in water. She could be.
Possibly.
Okay.
But when you left her, though, she wasn't in the water.
And as I said, she passed out.
So you think there's a good chance anyway, or a decent chance she could be in water?
I don't know.
Yeah. But she could be. What do you think, Harry? Do you think you left her in a way where maybe you didn't want anybody to find her?
Possibly.
You know what, I really do appreciate you being honest, and like I said, I think the things are coming out, as things are coming out and you're talking about them, you seem to be remembering a little bit more. Now, I mean, to me, you've already gotten over the hump, you've already gotten off hard part. I mean, she hit you, you kind of lost your mind, you guys were both, you and her were both drinking all day, you know, you had that bad 30 seconds, the bad mistake, but I mean, you had a bad minute, a bad 30 seconds, whatever it was. But now you're being honest about it. And what we'd really appreciate it if you were all the way honest. Talking to people now, there may be some luggage, some other things missing from the house, and I think maybe this part you're honest about what happened, but I think you might be embarrassed about what happened after. But I think right now you need to be honest all the way through about everything. Did you put her something and maybe try to weight her down and put her in water where no one would find her? Is that what happened? That's kind of the feeling I'm getting. That maybe I wasn't in your shoes, I can't say what you're thinking, I can't tell you everything you remembered, you didn't, but I think maybe you tried to put her somewhere where you thought no one would find her. Is she in something? Is she maybe weighted down or in that water where maybe it would be hard for someone to find her?
I didn't put her in something as far as I remember.
Yeah. But she could be in the water. We've gone this far, Harry. We've gone this far. Let's get it all out, because what's going to happen is, in the end, once everything is pieced together, it's kind of all going to fit. So if we get the truth now, be a lot better for everybody. Let's get the whole truth out now. Like, maybe you can give us a little bit better area we should look, and I think you can give us how we should look. But take a minute and think about it. See if you can help us out here. Said you've gotten over the hump, you've gotten over the hard part. Let's hear it all. Let's hear everything.
I didn't want to do it.
I know you. You're a smart man. Come here. Is she in any kind of container, Harry?
Not that I remember.
No?
No.
When you carried her out, did you carry her like in front of you, like to here, like a scoop, or over your head or over your shoulder? Do you remember?
It's more 2 hands, I believe.
Like in front of you, just held her in the front? Yeah. Was she bleeding or anything? No? Just take a drink and catch your breath and think about it in a Harry. So your cup's right there to you, right?
Sitting right now.
Right there. Is there anything right now, Harry, you could think about that could help us out as far as, like I say, finding her? For everybody concerned, your family, hers, us, we've had a lot of guys working around the clock, kind of, answer a lot of questions for a lot of people. Maybe help a lot of other people to move on, your family, her family, everybody. A mistake was made here. Let's do everything we can to kind of make the rest of this whole scenario as easy for everybody else as possible. You know what I mean? It's fine, let's get on with it.
Let's get on.
So that people can have the peace, have this ceremony for the family. And
I think what Rich is trying to say is everything else you can remember will help us find her, just so we can go tell our kids, I we found her. That's what we want to do.
we're past the hard part, Harry. We're past the hard part.
We just want to go tell her kids and her family we found her. So that anything else we tell us.
And that you helped us find her. That you made a mistake, and you helped us find her because you were thinking of them. A mistake was made, but that you care about these people and that you're thinking about them. And it might seem a little thing, it could be a big thing to others if you could just help us out a little bit more with this.
She is in water.
She is in water?
Yes.
Okay. Like a lake or a pond?
A pond.
Wow, where is this pond?
It's close around the corner from the house.
To the house, okay. Is you?
The right side. I'm not sure what the name of the pond is.
Okay.
What street is the pond on?
What's that?
What street is the pond on?
I don't know.
Okay.
I really don't know what the name is of the street.
Okay. So we're leaving your driveway, and down your street. Which way do I go?
Go to the right.
The right, okay.
On the driveway, and the left, and then the right.
So wait.
And then the next right.
So I go down to your driveway, and I go to your street. I take a right. Yeah.
Yeah, you.
And then I take my next left.
Yes. And then
what do I do?
you get on Walpole Street.
What, I take a right or left on Walpole?
Right, that's it.
So right on Walpole. Okay. And then what do I do?
I think the next right again.
Then the next right, which is, you know the name of that street? Okay. So I take that next right, Harry, and where do I go?
Not 100% sure. But that's again. it's a little wishy, but I think on the left side of that street, there are two new constructions. And one of them, the left side house is on the pond.
They're building new houses on this
No,
pond?
they are built already.
They're
They're
built
already since several years.
Do you think this pond is still in Dover?
Yeah, it's
Yeah, it's in Dover, right there.
Now, is this pond behind one of the newer homes?
Yeah.
It is. Okay.
And she's right on the beginning of the pond with the new home that hasn't sold.
So, how far in the water is she, do you think?
A couple feet.
Is she in a suitcase?
No, she's not in the suitcase.
She's not, nothing tied around her, or she's not in anything, she's just in the water? Okay.
Okay, so if we make that, we hit the right on Walpole Street, we'll take the next right, okay?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay, then we go down a little bit, the two houses are on the left-hand side, one of them's for sale.
Those are for sale. One is sold and one is for sale, yes. The
Okay.
one for sale not being sold is the one that I drove and then
I'm sorry, the what?
the one that is not sold yet.
Not sold, do they have
On the left side of the double driveway.
left side of the door?
You know the color?
The house?
Yeah.
Not sure. It's
Okay.
whitish, beige.
Okay, so we're gonna, the house is on the left-hand side, so if I look at the house, I'm going by the house on the
That's
left.
in the pond right there.
The pond to the left of the house?
Yes.
Okay. And she's definitely in the water,
Yeah.
but only a couple feet in, you think, right? Okay.
And those houses there with do you notice any cars in the driveway that would stick out?
On the other side, the house that was sold, I think there were cars and something there, but I don't.
You don't remember what kind or color? Or big one? Okay.
And how big, is it a big pond? Is it
It's
take
a
up?
pretty big pond here.
So if I'm approaching the home, and I see the pond on my left-hand side,
Yeah.
where am I gonna go to find her? Like, am I gonna go on?
Right to the, and then there's the garage, and we go right in front of the garage down to the pond.
Next to the garage?
Yeah.
How did you know this place?
We looked at the houses actually a couple of years ago.
Oh, to buy? Yeah.
And there's nothing weighing her down or anything like that?
So
There's nothing weighting her down?
I may have put a rock on top of her, but I'm not sure. That's
Okay.
Okay. But nothing was tied around her that's gonna be pushed her? So tell us after you put her in the pond, what did you do?
as far as I remember, but please don't take me for granted.
Okay.
Because again, it's not really all together. I think I go back home as a to-go, got some stuff, and then somehow ended up at the hotel.
So you go back home, you know what you picked up at the house?
I think my wallet.
You picked up your wallet?
But I'm not sure.
Okay. You know where you parked when you came back home? You pulled back into the driveway, into the garage, or did you leave the drive?
I believe I was in the driveway.
Up in the driveway? Okay. What door did you use? Did you go through the garage to the side door in there?
I don't remember.
Okay. So you go inside, you grab your wallet, you grab anything else?
Probably whiskey.
Some more whiskey? Okay.
But I'm not sure. Again, I continued to drink throughout the whole thing.
Okay.
As far as I remember is concerned.
And then what did you do?
I'm sure again, somehow I ended up in the hospital. I really don't remember how I got there.
Is there anything else you want to say, Harry? Like,
I'm so sorry, but I really loved her. I thought we never figured anything out. I really thought we do. She was so angry the whole evening. I don't understand. Sorry. I don't know.
Harry.
I'm sorry.
Those marks on you, Harry, that was it bushes and stuff you went through? Is that what it was that you scraped up?
Bushes were in the pond, yes.
Right there? Yeah. The pond is dark. You don't think anybody saw you?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
Could be.
You had to pull off the side, go straight there to get out?
Or drove all the way to the garage.
Oh, you drove to the garage?
I didn't, again.
To like the garage of one of the houses?
Then again, it was it's an empty house.
Oh, you knew it was empty?
Yeah, it's for sale, it said, hadn't sold yet.
I believe. I'm not 100% sure, but I believe.
What was the last time you guys looked at those houses?
Must have been 2 years ago.
2 years ago, yeah. They still didn't sell them all yet, or they kept building?
One and didn't sell the other one. I'm not sure why. I believe, again, maybe I'm wrong.
Harry, you said she was in the front seat, she was in the front seat?
Sorry?
She was in the front seat, you said?
Yes. Why?
I'm sorry?
Why?
Oh, no, you have to know where you put her in the vehicle.
Anything else at all, Harry, you want to say or what?
I'm sorry.
Yes, sure. Okay.
Harry, you knew she was deceased when you put her in the pond, right?
What's that?
You knew she was dead when you put her in the pond, right? I'm sorry?
I panicked in that moment. I didn't want her dead. No, I wanted to calm her down. And I said, shit.
Well, we believe that. You're not a criminal.
Shit.
Yeah.
Shit. I didn't want that. I didn't. I was not. I didn't want it.
Just to, you know, make sure we got it right. You think you were in the bed, next to the bed? What happened?
Yes.
Did you call anybody after, Harry, tell them what you did?
Again, I didn't even remember a text message, I suppose I'd say.
Okay.
I don't know.
So you don't remember talking to anybody else after this?
No. No. I just wanted to hide it all and disappear.
I mean, you're obviously very sorry for what you did. State found you in.
And Harry, is that pond, is it all surrounded by that brush? I cut you off, is there a lot of that brush?
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure. On that part, definitely that part, yeah.
But the water it's behind the house that's for sale? It's like part of the same property, it's like house for sale. You remember the color of the house? No.
Yeah, kind of whitish.
Okay, light color. So when you walk down, you in the driveway, you had to walk around what, the right or the left side of the house? Oh, the driveway's not directly in front?
It's the house and the garage this way, and then I stopped here, took out, and walked right down to the pond.
Okay. Anything else, sir?
Just wondered about that.
Okay.
Harry, is there anything that we didn't discuss here that you think we should know? Anything that we missed?
Sorry.
Are there any details that we missed that you think that we should know?
Anything we might find out later that we might have questions about? Or two?
Okay, 8:59 PM on Saturday, May 6th, 2020. I'm going to terminate the meeting.
Sergeant Krakowski, the defendant provided you with some directions towards the end of his statement. What, if anything, did you do with regard to those directions after the statement?
So I called Sergeant John Fanning.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to just keep your voice up just a little bit. And who was Sergeant John Fanning?
He was a supervisor in the State Police Detective Unit in Norfolk County.
And where was he at the point that you called him?
I believe he was at the Dover Police Station, but I'm not sure about that.
Okay. And did you provide those directions to Sergeant Fanning?
I did.
And during the interview, you discussed Woods on multiple occasions in the interview. Why was that?
Well, there was an emergency ping for Katie's cell phone, and it was pinging in the woods. So that was the only lead we had at the time, and we assumed that she or her phone may be in the woods.
Ms. Gilman, could you please show exhibit number 54 at this time? If we have the lights off.
Ms. Beatty, can you have the jurors just pass the binders down?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
So, Sergeant Krakowski, what is shown in exhibit number 54?
That's the defendant's, I believe it's his left foot.
And who took this photograph?
I took that photograph with my cell phone.
All right. And that's what we heard during the statement. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Could we have exhibit number 55, please? What is in 55?
That's the defendant's lower right leg.
And could we have 56, please? What is in 56?
Another photo of the defendant's right foot, the bottom of his right leg.
57, please, Ms. Gilman? And what is that?
A photo of the defendant's left hand and arm.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, is there any way to make them a little bit bigger, or is that better than that? Okay. And could you go down just a little bit? I should have been clearer the other way. Thank you. Okay. And could we have 58, please? And what is in exhibit number 58?
That's a photo of the defendant's left hand, palm, and wrist.
Thank you. Could we have exhibit number 59? And what's in 59?
That's a photo of the defendant's right hand.
Ms. Gilman, can you zoom in a little bit, please? And then can you move it down a little bit? Thank you. And could we have exhibit 60, please? What's in exhibit number 60?
That's a photo of the defendant's right hand, palm, wrist.
Okay, and can we have exhibit 61? And what is that a photograph of?
It's a photo of the left side of the defendant's head.
Okay, and exhibit number 62. And what's in exhibit number 62?
That's a photo of the defendant's left forehead.
And did you take all of these photographs in 54 through 62 with your cell phone?
Did.
At a later point in time, did you arrange to have somebody else take photographs?
Yes.
And who was that?
That was a trooper from Crime Scene Services.
Okay. And did he or she take photographs with a camera?
Yes, he did.
Sorry, we have to like that down. Could we have exhibit number 70, please, Ms. Gilman? And what is that photograph?
That's a photo of the defendant's left side of his forehead.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of how his forehead looked on May 16th of 2020?
Yes.
Could we have 71, please? And what is in 71?
That's a photo of the right side of the defendant's head.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of his, what you saw on his forehead on the 16th?
Yes.
Could we please have 72? What is 72?
That's a photo of the defendant's right hand.
Right. Can you zoom in just a little bit, Ms. Gilman? Thank you. And there's a ruler in there. Where's the ruler from?
That's from the trooper from Crime Scene Services.
Okay. And is that typical that they use a ruler when they take photographs?
Yes.
Could we please have 73, please? And what is 73?
That's a photo of the defendant's left arm.
And could we have 74, please? And what's in 74?
I believe that's a close-up photo of the defendant's left arm, some scratches.
Okay. And does that one have a ruler?
Yes, it does.
Could we have 75, please? And what's in exhibit number 75?
I believe that's the defendant's left wrist.
Okay. And there's some black marking on his hand in this picture. Is that fair to say?
That is.
What is that?
That's fingerprint ink.
Okay. And could we please have number 76? What's that?
That's a photo of the defendant's knees.
Okay. Could we please have exhibit number 77? What is exhibit number 77?
A photo of maybe the defendant's right arm. I'm not sure if it's right or left arm, but I think the right arm.
And could we have exhibit 78, please? What's on exhibit number 78?
A photo of the defendant's left ankle.
Could we have exhibit 79, please? What's exhibit number 79?
A photo of the defendant's left foot.
Okay, and exhibit number 80, please? What is in exhibit number 80?
I believe that's the defendant's right arm.
And could we have exhibit number 81, please? What's in 81?
It's a photo of the defendant's left foot.
And could we have exhibit 82, please? What is in exhibit 82?
That's a photo of the defendant's right leg.
And could we have exhibit number 83, please? Are you able to tell what body part exhibit 83 is?
I'm not, no.
Is there a ruler in that photograph as well?
There is.
And exhibit number 84. What is in exhibit 84?
A photo of the defendant's shin.
And could we have exhibit number 85, please? Can you describe what's in exhibit 85?
I believe that's another photo of the defendant's shin.
Could we have an 86, please? What's exhibit number 86?
That's a photo of the defendant's kneecap.
And could we have 87, please? What's in exhibit 87?
I'm not sure what body part that is, if it's an arm or a leg.
Anything that you were asking the trooper to memorialize in that picture?
Yes, any scrape or cut. Yeah,
Okay. And was that generally the purpose of taking these photographs?
it was.
I'm sorry, I can't see. Is that 87? Okay, thank you. Could I have exhibit 88, please? And what is contained in exhibit number 88?
A photo, I believe, of the defendant's leg.
Thank you. Can I have the lights back on, please? Thank you. So subsequent to May 15th and 16th, did you apply for any search warrants?
I did.
And what search warrant did you apply for?
I applied for and was granted a search warrant for the defendant's clothing and belongings from Norwood Hospital.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Some items together with a bag that have been marked exhibit number 290. Can you just take out? Yeah, is it okay, Sergeant, stand Can you take out the contents? What is that?
These are the defendant's jeans.
Okay. And is there anything in the jeans?
There's a belt attached.
Okay. All right. And do you recognize these?
Yes, I do.
Did you collect these?
Yes, I did.
Where did you collect these from?
From Norwood Hospital.
Okay. So if we could put them back in the bag. Sergeant, is there any writing on the outside of that bag?
There is
What writing generally is contained on the outside of the bag?
date of location, who collected it, description of what's inside the bag, and from where.
Okay. And are there any names on the bag?
Yes, there is.
Whose names are on the bag?
My name is on the bag.
Okay. And is that writing yours as well?
It is.
Okay. Just take that. Okay, and then you take out.
That's okay, that's fine. I have examined all the exhibits. I don't have to examine them at this point, Judge. I'm satisfied with, no
All right.
objection.
And these were admitted by agreement?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 289. Can you please take that out
Nora, may I
and
stand?
hold it up?
Yes, you can stand.
And what is that?
This is a white T-shirt or white shirt.
Okay. And is it your understanding, how did the clothes come to be in that condition? You can put it back in the bag.
The clothes are likely cut from the EMTs.
Okay. And could we play exhibit number 278 at this time, please, Ms. Gilman?
Which date would you like?
The 15th. Punch the minute, please, Your Honor.
Yes.
All right, and can you play the second video, please? Just pause it for a second, Ms. Gilman. Sergeant Klepkowski, is there a time that's on the video?
There is.
What is it?
It's approximately 5:30 a.m.
And do you have an understanding about the accuracy of the timestamp on this video?
The timestamp is off by about 7 minutes.
And what is your understanding about what these two clips are?
So that's video surveillance from the Residence Inn Hotel in Dedham of the defendant walking into the hotel.
Okay. Can you please continue playing? please. What, if anything, did you do on Sunday, May 17th of 2020 in connection with this investigation?
I spoke to Dr. Matthews from the medical examiner's office.
And on Tuesday, May 19th, what, if anything, did you do?
Myself and Detective Lavery from the Dover Police, we conducted an additional neighborhood canvass of the home in Valley Road and the pond.
And throughout the end of May and June, what, if anything, else did you do?
I participated in additional interviews of witnesses.
And then various persons have spoken with police and the prosecution throughout the last 5 years. Has it been your responsibility to document those statements?
Yes.
In directing your attention now to the spring of 2021, the end of March, what, if anything, did you do?
So I believe it was March 19th, I collected a DNA sample from the defendant.
And can you explain how you did that?
It was a saliva sample.
And so how does one collect a saliva sample?
So essentially, the kit it's basically like a lollipop stick, and you swab the inside of someone's mouth to collect their saliva. And then you transfer that saliva onto a piece of paper and give that to the lab.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you do with the saliva sample that you took from Dr. Tuerk?
I brought it to the State Police Crime Lab.
Just a minute, please.
Yes.
No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Attorney Rennerton.
How long have you been a homicide detective, sir?
I was in homicide from July of 2016 to till last January.
And prior to that, what did you do for the state police?
I was assigned to field services in uniform on patrol.
So prior to being on patrol, obviously you have to go to the academy, right?
That's correct.
When you're in the academy, you learn things, you study from manuals, you have instructors, things of that nature, right?
Correct.
One of the things you learn would be how to perform, if you will, a crime scene investigation, correct?
I can't recall that particular class, but I'm sure we...
How can you be a detective specializing in homicide and not recall a class on crime scene examination?
I'm just not certain at this moment that when I was in the academy, I had a class geared towards a homicide investigation.
Okay.
I don't recall that. It may have happened, but I don't recall it.
How about afterwards, once you graduate from the academy and you become a trooper, do you have continuing education classes that you attended to?
Yes, I've attended some classes.
Okay. Crime scene investigation?
I'm not sure I've attended that particular a course called crime scene investigation.
All right. So, in any event, sir, you were assigned to Michael Morrissey's office, Norfolk County District Attorney, at the time frame of May of 2020, right?
I was assigned, yes, that's correct.
And you had been working in Morrissey's office for how long?
I started there in July of 2016.
So about 4 years, right?
Yes,
And Fanning was your supervisor?
yes.
So when you initially were assigned to this investigation, the first thing you did was get intelligence, if you will, from the other officers that had been already involved with the beginning stages of the investigation.
The first thing I did was spoke to Sergeant Fanning on the phone about this case.
All right, and Sergeant Fanning told you basically what he had or what his understanding was, a missing person, right?
That's correct.
Possibility of interviewing people that might know her location.
Yes.
What was the next thing you did? You went to talk to Dover Police?
So the next thing I did, I went to the Dover Police, yes.
All right. And when you went to the Dover Police, you spoke with them about the circumstances that, if any, evidence or observations that they had obtained, right?
There was probably several conversations about what was going on at the police station.
And you know that there were a number of other departments involved, the Dedham Police, the Dover Police, the Medfield Police, they were all involved in looking for this individual McLean, correct?
Yes.
You know that there was a ping that had been utilized to try to locate her cell phone, right?
Yes, there was a ping.
You know that ultimately where her cell phone was located was right in the bedroom, right?
Yes.
But the pings were going off all over the place. They were going off in the woods, they were going off behind the house, they were going off in a neighboring property, right?
I don't know exactly where the pings were going, but I know they were going in the wooded area around her home.
So they actually had dogs, you know, the canine dogs going in the woods because tracking down the pings that were coming out of the woods. You're aware of that, right?
Yes.
At some point, sir, you're aware that the police went into the house itself, Harry's house located in Dover, right?
At some point, I was made aware of that. I'm not sure when, but I wasn't made aware of that.
All right, and by the way, in your beginning of your testimony, you told the jury that you are the lead investigator in this case, right?
That's correct.
All right, so as a lead investigator of the case, you're the apex guy. In other words, everything that anybody below you has done, you are aware of, or you try to be aware of, and have notes and have documents that you've been able to review and get up to speed, right?
Yes.
So, which police departments were involved prior to your involvement with the state police? You know,
I believe the Dedham police were involved and the Dover police were involved.
how about Medfield?
Medfield was involved. I'm not sure if I had known that at that moment, but I know they were involved, yes.
So in your investigation, you determined that the house in Dover was owned by Harry Tuerk, right?
Yes.
And in the course of the investigation, you learned that at some point he actually signed a deed transferring title to Kathleen McLean, right?
At some point. I don't recall exactly when, but yes.
So, in the course of the investigation, sir, did you determine that when he signed the deed that it was ultimately recorded on a particular date?
I believe it was.
I mean, that was
I'm not sure.
an investigation, wasn't it?
Are you talking about the very first night of the investigation?
No, I'm talking about you being the apex guy. You're on top of the investigation. You're in charge of the investigation. You know that this house was located in Dover and it was owned by Harry Tuerk, right?
Yes.
You know at some point that Harry Tuerk had a relationship with Kathleen McLean, right?
Yes.
You know that at some point, do you know when that Kathleen McLean and Harry Tuerk met, sir, as the lead investigator? If I suggest to you that it was in November of 2017 that they met online, does that refresh your memory?
I know they met online on the dating app Bumble. I'm not sure exactly. Yes.
Okay. So, November to December, January, February, March, 5 months. 5 months later, Kathleen McLean and her 3 children moved into his home, right?
Yes.
And you know that prior to that, he was living by himself, he was living alone, right?
I'm not sure of that.
You know what he did for work, you know he was a physician.
I did know that.
He worked in Boston.
I did know that.
He had a lot of the guy toys, he had motorcycles, he had ATVs, things of that nature. You know he had all that stuff, right?
I'm not sure that I knew he had ATVs or what all that stuff. I don't know what you mean by all that stuff.
Okay, well, I mean, he was living a life, he was a single man who was a professional of some repute in Boston, right?
He was a professional doctor in Boston. Yes, I did know that.
Quite successful in his field, right? He was the chief of urology, right?
I would agree with that, yes.
Okay. And in the course of the investigation, you knew that at some point he met McLean on Bumble, and then 5 months later she moved in with her children into his house, right?
I know she moved into the house with her children. I'm not sure of 5 months. That could be accurate. I'm not saying it's not.
Would that be important to know the timeline of the relationship between the person, you know, McLean and Harry Tuerk?
I think we established a pretty good timeline in the interview.
I'm sorry?
I think we established a pretty good timeline in the interview.
You did?
I think so.
In the timeline in the interview, sir, did you determine that from March of 18, when they moved into his home, that it would be December of 19 that Harry and Kathleen got married in Las Vegas? Did you know that?
Yes.
Track that down and go to get the documents from Las Vegas to show the drive-through thing with Elvis Presley and all that stuff and the license. Did you get that?
No.
Okay, do you know when they got married and the circumstances of them getting married?
I believe he told me he got married in Vegas.
Okay, he got married in Vegas. Do you know who obtained the license?
No,
Do you know who put in the application for the license?
no,
Do you know when they got the license?
no,
Did you know that initially in the course of their relationship in August of 2019, they were going to be getting married?
no.
Did you know that he canceled the wedding on her and she was quite upset about it?
I don't believe I knew that, no.
So did you determine at some point that they went to Las Vegas in December of 2019, right? You're nodding your head.
Yes,
Okay. You just have to say yes to the record. So why did they go out there, other than the subsidiary issue of getting married in the Elvis Chapel?
I don't know.
Did you know that he was a speaker at an international conference about aging at the Bellagio Hotel?
No,
Did you ask anybody to determine why they were there? Or was it just like, okay, fine, they went out and they get married, big deal, right?
I didn't investigate their marriage, no.
All right. So in any event, you guessed that they got married, and then once they got married, they came back and resumed their life, if you will, in the house located in Dover, right?
Yes,
And her 3 kids were there, right?
yes,
So during that, and you knew from interviewing people that it was very important to Ms. McLean that her children and that she be allowed to reside in Dover. They liked Dover, it was good schools and all that stuff, right?
I mean, that's a fair statement, yes.
You know, sir, that after they came back from being married in December of 19, that it was, and I think I've been saying 4 to 5 months in the course of the trial, it was about 5 weeks later that he went and consulted with attorney Mary LaCivita. 5 weeks to get a divorce, right?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Nope.
You're the lead guy. You're the apex investigator. You don't even know when he went to see a lawyer for a divorce 5 weeks after he got married?
Objection is to form.
Okay, it's sustained.
Do you know that he saw a lawyer?
I know we had a lawyer, yes.
Okay. And who was it?
I'm not sure.
Was it a divorce lawyer?
I believe he told me in the interview that he was communicating with Katie through divorce attorneys.
You mentioned in general that what we just heard, that they went back and forth negotiating issues through lawyers. Was the status of their relationship, you know, you watch Crime and Order and SVU and stuff like that on TV, the relationship of a homicide victim and her boyfriend or husband or whoever would be important, right?
Yes.
Did you investigate that relationship?
I learned about their relationship through interviews with witnesses.
Okay. So you determined, sir, that, and ultimately you were aware that they got divorced 5 weeks later, right?
I'm not sure if 5 weeks is the accurate time. It probably is if you have it there, but
Know when it was that he signed the deed to the property.
no.
Do you know when it was that he retained the attorney that represented him in the divorce, Mary LaCivita?
No.
Do you know that she had sent him an email confirming in January the end of January, the fact that he had retained her as his divorce lawyer to divorce McLean? Did you know that she sent him an email?
I don't think I knew about the email.
Is it important, sir, to know that she went on his emails and saw that day, January 31st, and went to court like the next day to get a restraining order?
Is it important?
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that's important or not in this case.
So in any event, you know that she went and obtained a restraining order. As a result of the restraining order, he was ordered out of his house, correct?
He was?
She stayed in the house with the 3 children, right?
Yes.
He had to pay for the house, the mortgage, the taxes, electric, telephone, everything, right?
I'm not sure if he's saying the defendant had to pay for all these bills.
So this is at the height of the pandemic we're talking about.
Yes, it is.
And we all recall, people wearing masks and hiding in their homes and all of us being afraid and thinking we're going to die and things of that nature, right?
Yes.
It's called, the governor's coined phrases called shelter in place, where you're supposed to stay where?
Indoors.
What?
Indoors?
Indoors, like a house, right? Like a safe place, right?
Yes.
Okay. So now Harry is in the beginning of February, out of the house, and where does he go?
He ended up going to Florida.
Well, what did he do before he went to Florida?
He stayed with a friend, I believe, in Dover.
And that would be Charlie Lax.
Yes.
And he stayed with Charlie for, what, a couple of weeks?
I'm not exactly sure of the timeline.
He had to leave and he went to Boston, right?
He did.
While he was in Boston, he was in like a bedroom of another friend's house for a period of time, correct?
I know he was staying in Boston. I'm not sure what the setup was, but I know he was staying.
Did you interview any of the people, like, to find out what his state of mind was, where he was living, what he was doing, anything?
No.
Did you know, sir, that the Board of Trustees in Boston wanted him to leave the building because he was not a leased owner of the building? And Richie Kovitz is the name of his friend, had to tell him to leave. Did you know that?
No.
You know, he then ultimately, with nowhere to go, went to Florida because he had a friend that had a trailer and allowed him to live in his trailer.
He told me that.
Okay. Who, Harry?
Yes.
And when did he tell you that?
During the interview on that Saturday.
The interview we heard?
Yes, that's correct.
And do you know where it was in Florida that he stayed in the trailer?
He did tell me, but I forget at the moment. But
you know how long he was in Florida?
I don't.
So during the period of time that he was in Florida, sir, come to your investigation that the negotiations were going on between Harry Tuerk and Kathleen McLean, right?
That's when he was telling me he was communicating with her through the attorneys, I believe.
And the negotiations were pertaining to basically money, right? Financial things.
I'm not sure.
The guy was married for 5 weeks. They got lawyers, and they're going to get divorced, right? Yes?
Yes,
When you spoke to Vanessa Pettigrew, you spoke to her, right?
I did.
Vanessa Pettigrew told you that there was an issue of whether or not he would sign a postnup. But if he signed the postnup, everything was good, right?
I'm not sure. I'd have to see that report to refresh my memory.
Well, how about a postnup? Was there a postnup?
I'm not sure.
Did you ever ask anybody or find out from anybody that there was a postnup where Kathleen McLean demanded $100,000 up front plus that he paid for her attorney's fees and everything else?
No.
Did you ever determine that she wanted on the deed to the property?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
She wanted her name on the deed. It was his house. She wanted 5 weeks of marriage. She wanted on the deed.
I don't know.
So did he sign a deed, at some point and put her name on the deed?
I believe that the day of the incident, there was supposed to be a deed, if I'm not mistaken. Or maybe he did sign a deed.
Okay. Excuse me. So I'm approaching you with M for identification, sir, and asking, if you can identify what this is, if you know.
Well, it's titled Quick Claim Deed.
And who are the parties on the deed, if you know the names?
I see the name Ingolf Tuerk.
And for consideration paid in full consideration of less than $100, grants to Ingolf Tuerk and who?
Can you just point to where you're...
Sure, sorry.
Oh, Kathleen McLean. I was looking down there.
Yeah, no problem. As tenants by the entirety because they're married, correct?
Correct.
Now, this deed was to Valley Road, right?
Correct.
And it was signed on April 29th, 2020, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I would offer this one.
No objection. There's a smaller one in evidence as well, but that's
All right,
fine too.
That's fine. You can mark that.
The 292.
Thank you.
292?
Yes, sure.
Thank you.
Is it a fair statement, sir, that you, as the lead investigator, do not know pretty much anything about what Harry Tuerk was doing while he was in Florida as it relates to getting a job in Germany, moving to Germany, or Ohio, or anywhere? You don't know anything about that, right?
I believe...
Overruled. He may answer it.
I believe he told me about Germany in the interview.
Okay, he mentioned of the fact about going to Germany, did you follow through on that? Did you ask him what that means, going to Germany?
I believe he did. I think he told me it was for work.
And he had a job offer out of Germany.
I'm pretty sure that's what he said, yes.
To go to Germany.
Yes.
Kathleen McLean was not happy with that, right?
Yes, he told me that.
He didn't want to go to Germany. Right?
Yes, yes.
There was an issue about selling the house. That Kathleen McLean wanted to stay in the house with the children, correct?
I'm not sure if there's an issue about selling the house, but I think it's fair to say she wanted to stay in the house.
One of the issues was what the time frame would be as far as selling the house, and he told you in that interview that he didn't care. She could stay there with the kids until they're done with school and then sell the house, right?
I don't recall that part of the conversation, but
all right.
I'm not denying that you said it.
As you were investigating the case, you went into the house, into the kitchen, up the stairs, and into the bedroom, right?
I mean, I went throughout the house. I'm not sure that's the path I took the very first time I went in the house.
Garage.
Yes.
And you went into the garage, and you go up a little flight of stairs, and you go into like a little ante-room or a mudroom or something, and then you go into the kitchen. You remember that?
I believe that's correct.
And when you went there, sir, other officers were with you?
Yes.
You determined and took photographs of the area, correct?
Photographs were taken, correct.
You ultimately went upstairs, and you noticed that the door to the master bedroom was smashed, right?
The door was broken, correct.
Okay. And you know, sir, that was broken as a result of law enforcement action, correct?
Correct.
In other words, it wasn't a matter that Harry, was in a rage, kicked the door in or something. That was the police officers that used what's called the Halligan bar, which the firefighters used to force things, right?
That's correct.
And when you went in there and you made that observation, sir, that would be, call up 282, please, exhibit 282. So, approaching you with this, exhibit 282.
Okay.
That's a fair depiction right there on the screen, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, that depiction on the screen shows exactly where the police officer, who it was, actually forced the door into the bedroom to get into the bedroom, correct?
Correct.
Once you get into the bedroom, you were able to make observations of the bed itself, right?
Correct.
283. And when you made the observation, exhibit 283, you saw the bed, you saw the bedclothes on the floor, right?
Correct.
You saw what appeared to be a round spot of blood in the dead center middle of the bed, correct?
Correct.
That's the area of the bed, and Harry indicated to you that night that they had sex that night, right?
He said they had sex, correct.
Okay. He also indicated to you, sir, that it was in this bedroom that's depicted on 283 that the argument occurred in the area of the bed, right?
That's what he said, yes.
You asked him if it was on the bed, if it was near the bed, and his response was in the area of the bed, right?
Correct.
Basically, not on the bed itself, but on the floor, in front of the bed, right?
I don't know that to be true.
So when you went into the bedroom, sir, you made observations of the floor, right?
Yes.
You saw the broken glass on the floor, right?
I did.
And you observed the broken glass all over the floor that looked as though it was shattered, and that was in the front of the end of the bed. I forget what you call it, the end board.
I know what you mean, but yes, in the front, yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Now, there was also a broken glass that was on a piece of furniture. This would be exhibit 284, right?
That's correct.
And that was picked up by a police officer and put up on the desk or on that piece of furniture, right?
I'm not sure about that.
Well, who put it there?
I don't know.
Did you ask any of the cops that were working for you who put it there? Because they went in first, you're aware.
Yes.
And they're all running around looking for whether or not they're looking for the pinging phone, right?
That's what they were doing, yes.
Dog there, right?
I'm not sure if there was a dog there, but they were looking for Katie.
Well, I understand they were looking for Katie, but I'm asking you, sir, about the circumstances of the broken glass that was shattered, and it was all over the floor, and there's one chunk of it that's up, and it shows by exhibit 4, is on the piece of furniture, right?
That's correct.
Now, you don't know who placed that glass there?
I don't.
Do you know how many police officers were involved in the entry into that bedroom area?
I don't.
So when you, in the course of the investigation, go to the hospital, you learn in the academy that one of the things that's important is when you're interrogating a citizen or a person who's a suspect in a crime, there are a number of things that you want to be aware of, correct? In other words, you want to be aware of their state of mind.
Correct.
Are they aware? Are they out of it? Are they sleepy? Are they drunk? Stoned? Anything, right?
Yes.
So the first thing you would do is you have a conference with, I guess, the medical staff, right?
I had a conversation with Ailish Wilkie.
All right. And the conversation with her took place on what date?
On May 16th.
And it was your understanding that you had permission to speak to Harry Tuerk, right?
Yes.
And you indicated to the jurors that you saw him walk into the room, the family room, I think it's referred, and sit down, I guess, to talk to you guys, right?
That's correct.
Now, did you know when he was admitted to the hospital?
He was admitted the previous day around 10 a.m., maybe a little after 10 a.m.
And when he was admitted to the hospital and after they do their triage and they do their initial evaluations, what was the observation or determination of the medical staff as to his condition when he was admitted to the hospital the day before?
When he was admitted to the hospital, he was unresponsive. I'm not sure what further.
Unresponsive?
I don't know the answer to that.
You don't know. Was he on drugs?
I don't know.
How about alcohol? Did you know that he was practically dead from alcohol?
Just objection as to form.
Sustained.
Well, do you know that he had any effect of alcohol at all on this person?
At that time, no.
What about at any time?
I recently learned he had a high blood alcohol content, but at that...
In other words, you were a road trooper, right?
I was.
So you're familiar with stopping people for drunk driving charges, right?
Correct.
You're familiar with the breathalyzer?
Yes.
Familiar with blood testing?
Yes.
You know that when they take blood from a hospital that it's called serum blood as opposed to whole blood, right?
Yes.
You know there's a conversion factor that's involved. In other words, you've got to convert the serum level into what is called whole blood level for the breathalyzer conversion, right? So a 226 serum blood level is about a 0.40, which is like almost borderline dead, right? To your knowledge?
I'm not sure of that calculation. I'm not saying you're wrong, but I don't know that.
All right. Did you know he had a 226 blood alcohol when he went into the hospital?
At that time? No, I did not know that.
Anytime.
Yes, I recently learned that, but I did not know that at that time.
And did you determine, sir, and when was it recently? Was it a couple of days ago? Somebody show you the medical records?
It was today.
Today. So
Yes.
when you looked at the medical records today, sir, were you able to determine that it was noted that he was a high suicide risk?
I did not know that.
That in fact he was comatose and was in a coma from alcohol when he was first admitted to the hospital, and when he finally regained consciousness, that's when you guys came in and talked to him, right?
We came and talked to him around 5 p.m. the following day.
Sure. Now, the notification in the hospital records would indicate what's called acute alcohol poisoning. You understand and you know what that means, right?
I do.
You made observations of the Glenfiddich Scotch bottle that was in the... Did you go to the hotel, by the way?
I only went to the hotel to drop off the search warrants on the way to 29 Valley Road in Dover to do that search warrant.
Okay, so the answer is yes, you went to the hotel.
I didn't go inside the hotel. I just went to the parking lot of the hotel and handed them a search warrant and kept going.
You know, sir, that there was a bottle of Scotch that was empty in the bedroom of the hotel room?
I believe I knew there was alcohol in the Jeep at that time.
Alcohol in the Jeep?
And I may have known at the time too that there was alcohol in the hotel room.
You know what was in the hotel room? Yes, you don't know.
At this moment, I can't. I probably knew at that time, but I just.
You might have forgotten. Okay. In any event, sir, you also noted in the property, the Dover property, that there were a number of alcohol glasses and martini glasses and alcohol bottles in the kitchen and in the area of the living room, right?
I don't recall that at the moment.
Do you have, at any moment, a recall of all of these items in the house?
Are we at 29 Valley or the Residence Inn?
The Valley?
Oh,
Said the
29
house.
Valley.
The house in Dover.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, pull up 106. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes,
That's the kitchen, right?
that's correct.
Okay, the living room. Recognize that, sir? That's the living room?
I do.
Thank you. Take that down. You put the lights on. One of the things is that you interviewed some people. I think you told the jury that you had occasion to interview potential witnesses, such as Vanessa Pettigrew, right?
I interviewed her that day, correct?
And Vanessa Pettigrew, one of the things is that you showed us that she signed an authorization for you guys to get access to her phone, find out, like, by way of a phone dump, texts, photos, emails, things of that nature, right?
Correct.
And then you talked to Kurt. Remember Kurt?
I do.
And you indicated to the jury that you had occasion to talk to Kurt, and that Kurt signed a form authorizing you guys to get access to his phone for purposes of the phone dump, to get his text messages, cell phone documentation, records, and emails, photographs, right?
Correct.
And he signed that, right?
He did.
And did you determine, sir, that, let me ask you this. How many text messages did you get off of Kurt's phone?
I don't know the answer to that.
Why not?
You asked me for a number of text messages on his phone?
Like about 6.
What's that?
They're like 6 messages.
Okay.
Well, when you go to somebody as the lead investigator, you ask them to sign a document that allows you to get access to the cell phone, to do the phone dump, and try to get do you ask them whether or not they deleted text messages?
I'm not sure if I asked him that.
Did you know whether or not Kurt, for example, had any type of a relationship, let's say, different than that of a friend with Ms. McLean?
Just objection as to form.
Sustain in that form.
Did you ever talk to Kurt about whether or not he had an affair with McLean?
No,
Did you ever ask Kurt whether or not he deleted text messages on his phone?
I did not.
Do you know that Kurt, in fact, that there were over 5,374 text messages on his phone that were deleted?
I did not know that.
So when you spoke with Kurt, you basically asked him about the text that he had received from Harry saying to the effect of, she's a double brother, she, duped us all, and I'm sorry, and things of that nature, right?
Yes,
And you spoke to Kurt about that, right?
I did.
And Kurt indicated that he was a good friend of Harry's, right?
He said he was a friend of Harry and Katie's, yes.
Okay. Did he say that he was a good friend of Harry's?
He said he was friends with the two of them.
Friends with the two of them?
Yes.
And when you were talking with Kurt, you asked him, I imagine, about that text that he received at 4:31 in the morning.
I'm sure I did.
Did you ask Harry about the text when you were talking to him in the hospital?
Yes, we told him about the text a couple times.
Why did you send that text to Kurt?
Why did he?
Yeah.
I think he felt bad for what he did.
No, not what you think. What did he tell you? You just told the jury that you asked him about it, that he made a statement to you in the interrogation at the hospital. What did he tell you about the text to Kurt? Why he did it?
I think he said he didn't remember doing it.
Okay. One of the things that you're concerned about as a detective is when you're speaking with someone, their physical condition as well as their condition by way of alcohol or drugs or mental illness, right?
Yes.
I'm going to approach you with a photograph, sir, and ask if you, this would be L for ID. L for ID. Excuse me. Have you ever seen that photograph before, sir?
I believe I have.
When was that taken?
I believe that was taken after the interview.
After the interview?
I believe so.
All right. And offer this, please, Judge. Can you pull it up?
No objection.
All right, is there something on the other side as well?
Yeah, well, I can ask you about that.
Is that a yes?
Yes, it is. Thank you, Judge. Here, it is. That's also a picture of Harry's head, correct?
That is.
And that would be the left side of his head, like over here, right?
Yes.
I'll offer it now.
All right, as one exhibit, two sides?
Yes, please.
No objection?
No, thank you.
It'll be exhibit 293, formerly ELF identification.
Now, one of the things that you did is you noted that he had, obviously it indicated to you at some point that he was struck by glass, and then further into the interview, he indicated he was struck by something in his head, right?
That's correct.
Did you ask him if he suffered any injury to his head?
No.
Did you have occasion to observe any injury to his head?
I saw the mark on top of, I believe, the right side of his head. I think I photographed that.
Okay, so what's depicted there would be the left side of his head, right?
That's correct.
Now, in your police reports, or one of your reports, you indicated that it appeared as though he had a bruise to the left side of his head, but it's not the left side of his head, it was the right side of his head, right?
I mean, that's the left side of his head, and I see
Those
it.
are like little birthmarks. He still has them right here as we're sitting here today.
Okay.
Those little marks on the left side of his head.
I'm not a doctor. I don't know. It looks like a mark on his head there to me.
Did he tell you where he was struck on his head?
No. I don't believe he did.
Really? So you're investigating a homicide, experienced guy, head of the whole investigation. You've got the person that's making a full statement to you, tells you that he was struck by glass or something. You don't pursue that? You don't ask him that? Anything further about that? Where did it happen?
Objection as to form.
Overruled.
I'm not sure I asked him where exactly that occurred.
Okay. At some point, did anybody ask him where it occurred? Case being objective.
I don't think so. I think we assumed it happened, during their argument.
You assumed.
Yes.
So let's assume then that there was an argument, and the argument was in the bedroom?
Possibly, or downstairs.
It's a homicide case, sir. You're the lead investigator. You're telling us possibly, maybe, you think? You don't know?
He told me the incident happened in the bedroom.
Did he tell you the circumstances about her holding his cell phone in a rage and screaming at him about communicating with a woman named Kate Kelly?
He did mention that part of their argument.
And did he indicate to you that he and Kate Kelly were friends that go back like 17 years?
He did mention that they were friends, and I think he told me that he had performed surgery on Kate Kelly's dad.
Okay. Did he tell you that she was holding his cell phone and showing him the text message with Kate Kelly while she's holding the drink, and he was on his knees on the floor? Did he tell you that?
No.
Did you ask him any conversation that occurred before being struck by the glass? Did she say anything to him?
I think we did ask him if she was saying things to him. Yes. Okay. Yes, we did.
Excellent. Outstanding. What's your
Objection.
memory?
Sustained.
What's your memory that what?
I think he said that she called him motherfucker and something else.
Okay.
I think that's what he told me.
And did she indicate, did he indicate to you that in the course of that exchange that she smashed him in the head with the glass?
No.
Did he indicate that he was struck by the glass, or any glass?
He said he was hit with an object, I believe. He wasn't sure if it was a glass.
Okay. So in the very beginning, and we have the transcript, in the very beginning, sir, he indicates that he was struck by a glass. It was in the course of the further questioning that he says, I'm not sure, it was glass or something. Is that fair?
The second half I know is fair, yes. I'm not sure if he said glass the first time.
All right, so as a homicide investigator, knowing that there's glass all over the bedroom floor, knowing that there's jagged glass up on that piece of furniture, what did you do to find out the circumstances of the glass becoming shattered on the floor?
I asked him multiple times if she hit him with a glass.
Okay. And in the course of your investigation, sir, one of the things that you noticed, I think you said, was the cut on the right side of the head, right?
Yes.
And that was photographed as well, correct?
Yes.
Now, I'm looking at photographs there and asking, excuse me, if you can identify, is this a fair and accurate depiction of his head?
Yes.
Right, can you hold that?
Yep.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
No objection.
All right, it may be admitted.
Exhibit 295, excuse me, 294.
Can you pull up 294, Steve? See the right side of the head. All right. Now, Exhibit 294, is this where you noted, you see what looks like a scabrous thing? Is that what you noted the cut by his hairline, sir?
That's what I thought was a cut, yes.
Well, it was a cut. It wasn't that you thought it was a cut. It was a cut, wasn't it?
It looks like a cut to me.
Okay. And likewise, another photograph that you guys took with a different type of lighting shows the same area of the head, correct?
Correct.
All right, enough of that.
No objection.
All right, may be admitted.
Exhibit 295.
Did you ask him, or did he indicate to you in any detail how that actually happened? How he got that cut?
No.
Can you tell me why you guys would take a picture after the questioning while he's passed out or sleeping in the bed?
I didn't take that photograph.
Well, who did?
I'm assuming it's the trooper from Crime Scene Services.
Again, it's okay, but you're assuming, right?
Yes.
Well, you're the head guy. Did you tell him to take the picture?
That particular photo?
Yeah.
No.
Well, why did he take a picture of him after he talked to you guys and he's all wide awake and aware, ready to do a Fred Astaire tap dance?
Objection as to
Sustained.
form.
So, who took the picture of him and why?
Well, can we do one question at a time, please?
Who took the picture?
I believe that picture was taken from a trooper in Crime Scene Services.
You know why?
That particular photo there, I don't know why.
What exhibit is that, Mr. Reddington, so we have a clear record?
293.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Looking at Exhibit K for identification, sir, you made reference to injuries to his wrist, right?
Yes,
And you saw that, correct?
I did.
Is this a fair and accurate depiction of the marks on his wrist?
They are.
Now, what about this, Your Honor?
No objection.
All right, may be admitted.
So there's
296, formerly K for
There you go.
identification.
Now, let's talk about the Jeep a little bit. The woman, the detective from Dedham, what was her name, Gonski?
That's correct.
So Detective Gonski was talking about, well, you know, the Jeep was parked pretty good in between the lines, and it looks to us as though you didn't have any difficulty parking the vehicle, right?
She said that, yes.
Okay. And that would be to basically say, okay, well, come on, man, you were fine, you pulled up to the hotel, you weren't intoxicated, you weren't inebriated, you had no difficulty driving the car, right?
That's fair, yes.
Can you pull up the vehicle pictures? Yeah. Okay, so that's the first picture of the white Jeep, right?
Correct.
Now, who owned that white Jeep?
I believe that,
Kate McLean's car. Kate McLean's car. Who owned that car?
I believe Ingolf owned the vehicle.
Yes, and he let her drive it, right?
I believe so, yes.
Just like he owned the Mercedes, correct?
Yes,
And in
I
fact,
believe so.
normally she would drive the Mercedes a lot, but lately he wanted her to ride she wanted to drive the Jeep, right?
That sounds right.
So that's the vehicle that's parked in between the two white lines next to the Residence Inn, right?
Correct.
You can see that it's parked to the right-hand side of the two white lines. You give me that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Next one. This one here, it's practically up on the sidewalk. You can see the tires crushing up against the sidewalk, right?
The ties are hitting the sidewalk, correct.
Are these marked exhibits?
Yeah, I believe they are.
All right, if,
What are they?
This,
117? 116?
all right.
118?
No
Next
more.
one is one more. Again, depicting the vehicle parked in the parking area, correct? All right, thank you. Put the light on. Would you agree with me that in a lot of your questioning, Harry was, well, put it this way, he was pretty cooperative, right?
He was.
He was a gentleman.
He was.
He answered your questions, it appeared, to the best visibility, right?
I think so.
He had some memory issues, or he had some difficulty recalling some items, correct?
He told us that several times during the interview, correct?
By the way, you guys were gentlemen and very fair with him and very, calm and talking with him as well, right?
I think so,
It was
yes.
basically just like a conversation effect, right?
Yes,
And there's no overbearing, techniques or anything, right?
correct.
You were trying to be fair.
I think we were fair, yes.
Okay. He did ask what day was today. He didn't even know what day it was, right?
He did ask me that.
And also, he actually got McLean's name confused, the kids' names confused. They were McLean, and then he thought, no, they're not McLean, they're Roca. Remember that?
I do, but he corrected himself, so.
He what?
He corrected his statement.
Okay, so he got the mental acuity to recall that he was wrong when he said that it was McLean is the name, and then corrected that to say that, no, it's not McLean, it's Roca.
That's how I took it, yes.
Okay. When he makes the statement about the vehicle, strike that, when he makes the statement about being struck initially by the glass, well, the transcript will bear that out, and then further into the transcript, he's talking about something, right?
Yes.
It's fair to say that it's pretty clear that he was not trying to, oh my God, I got hit in the head with a drinks glass and it shattered and it's all over. He didn't say that, did he?
He did not.
He basically said on one occasion it was a glass, and after that he's like, something hit me in the head, right?
That's correct.
There was evidence of something hitting him in the head, right?
Yes, he had a cut on his head.
Evidence of broken glass all over the bedroom floor, right?
That's correct.
And he indicated that when you guys asked whether or not he hit her, and he said, no, I didn't hit her. I may have, and I think it's jury's maybe not mine, but I must have reacted, is what he said, right?
That sounds correct.
I must have reacted to her after the glass, after he was struck, right?
Is that the statement?
Yeah.
Okay.
And again, he was asked whether or not he hit her, and again, he says, I don't think I hit her. Then he was asked again about grabbing her, admitted that he had grabbed her, reacting to being struck by the glass, stated I was drunk, I was very drunk, is what he said, correct?
Correct.
Indicated, I believe his words were, I must have snapped, is that correct?
I believe he did say that.
He made no observation, he had like scratches all over his arms, his legs, and everywhere else, right?
He did.
Looking at Exhibit 289.
Mr. Reddington, do you want to put gloves on?
Sorry?
Put gloves on.
At this stage, Judge, I don't need gloves, no.
Ms. Beatty?
That's all set, thank you.
It's fine.
What is Exhibit 289?
No objection?
It's okay.
Go ahead.
What is Exhibit 289, sir?
That's his shirt.
Gary's shirt.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And as you said, it was cut because of the EMTs and their treatments, correct?
I think so. That's common.
Generally, that's unusual with what's done, right?
That's correct.
And the other exhibit would be the jeans
Yes.
belt, correct?
Yes.
What was he wearing for footwear when you guys spoke or saw him, if you know?
He was barefoot when we spoke with him, I
How
believe.
about when he went into the hospital? What was he wearing for clothing, for footwear?
I don't think he had shoes on his feet.
Didn't have any shoes on his feet, so he was barefoot, right? And that's why the feet are cut up or chopped up a little bit as well, right?
I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure how the cuts happened to his feet.
There were some injuries to the feet, right?
I did.
Yeah, injuries to the calves, right?
Yes.
And on one occasion, for example, you made reference to, in your testimony that you referred to, and it's understandable, could I have Exhibit 82, please? Okay, for example, in the course of your testimony, you made reference to the fact that it was a right arm, but in fact, it's a leg, right? Obviously, it's a leg, it's not an arm, correct?
That's a leg.
Okay. And you made reference to his hands. Exhibit 57, please. Took photographs of his body, and he basically cooperated with your request, right?
He did.
Exhibit 57 shows what would be the left hand, correct?
That's correct.
And his next photograph, please, would be Exhibit 58. And of course, that would be the hand flipped over, and it shows the marks on the wrist, correct?
It does.
59. That's the right hand, correct?
Correct.
60. That's the right hand?
The right hand flipped over. Yes.
Okay. Pull up 61, please. You indicated, sir, that, again, it's a juror's memory, not mine, but you indicated in your testimony that, sir, was his right eye, but in fact, it's his left. Is that correct?
That's his left side of his face.
Okay. Does that show those two little birthmarks that I'm talking about?
I think I could see them, yes.
Yeah, right above the eyebrow?
Yes.
Okay. All right, you take that down. Take the lights off, thank you. By the way, you indicated that you took a DNA sample?
Yes.
The buccal swab or a buccal swab, depending on how you pronounce it, right?
Correct.
And he cooperated in that as well, correct?
He did.
And that was sent off for examination, correct?
Correct.
Now, he also told you that, in fact, that Ms. McLean, that they were married, and they were, at this point, living together again in the house, right?
Well, at the time of the incident?
Yeah.
He was in the process of maybe moving back in, but he was staying at the hotel.
But he was staying at the hotel, but it was by agreement that he was at the house, right?
Yeah.
And he told you that he had sex with her that night, correct?
He did.
Yeah. And the DNA, by the way, whenever you have DNAs, I mean, it can be blood, right?
Yes.
It can be semen, right?
Yes.
It can be sweat, right?
Yes.
It can be saliva.
Yes.
It can be skin.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So any of those things can lead to a DNA found somewhere, right?
Yes.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Yes.
There is. That's all I have, thank you.
Sergeant Kotkowski, you stated that you spoke with Dr. Tuerk after 5 o'clock on the 16th. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you have an understanding about what, when it was that he awoke that day?
I want to say he woke that morning.
The morning of the 16th?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of taking the photographs of Dr. Tuerk?
Just to document the injuries he had.
Okay. And what methodology did you take? Why did you document what you documented?
Because I thought it was important to document that he had injuries.
Okay. And did you document some of the injuries, or how did you make those decisions?
I documented the visible injuries I could see.
Okay. Anything that you could see?
I believe so.
And when you were talking with Dr. Tuerk in general, in that statement, what types of information were you trying to obtain?
At first, I was just trying to establish, background between him and Katie. And the ultimate goal was to find Kathleen McLean.
You were asked some questions about the pandemic and people having to stay home. Were you staying home from work during that time period?
No.
Ms. Gilman, could we get the residence in video back up again? Just one. Sorry, 278. Could we play that again? Okay, and could we play the next one? Okay, can you pause it? Are you able to see what footwear Dr. Tuerk had on his feet?
I am.
What is that?
It's sandals.
Okay. Just a minute, please, Rory.
Yeah.
If I may, counsel asked you about whether or not you...
1 second. Is there another question?
No, thank you.
Okay, all right.
Counsel asked you whether or not you stayed home from work during the pandemic, right?
Yes.
Well, I mean, seriously, you're what's called an essential employee, right?
Yes.
You didn't take off the pandemic and stay in your house. You had to go out and do your homicide detective job, things of that nature.
Well, that's what I wanted to correct. There was a time, I'm not sure it was around that same time, that we did work from home, but we still went out to calls and...
Sure.
and
Investigate things, right?
we did, but there was a time that we did stay at home, yes, but I just can't remember if that was that particular week.
Okay. You wore a mask, right?
Yes,
N95.
yes.
You certainly didn't, after working for 3 or 4 hours in the day, go grab a beer or something to eat with a friend after you got out of work, did you? You couldn't even go into a restaurant, right?
That's correct.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, you may step down, sir. All right, so jurors, it's 4 o'clock. We're going to break for the day in just a minute. Okay, so you can leave your notebooks on your chairs. Tomorrow's going to be a half day, as I had indicated, so we're going to end sometime around 1 o'clock. We are not here Thursday and Friday, as you know, and I will update you on next week as we get into the morning tomorrow. There's obviously a lot of things going on in the building, so we're trying to make do with what we have and get as far as we can. So please be patient with us.
and we appreciate your patience up to this point. Please remember my instructions. Don't talk about the case with each other, with anybody else. Do not watch any media reports, anything online, on TV, on the radio. Don't listen to anything. No independent investigation, including going on to Google or having anybody else do so for you to look things up for you. Please keep an open mind. You haven't heard all the evidence, and please avoid contact with anybody having anything to do with this case. So we will see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. We'll break at 1. We're off Thursday and Friday, and I'll let you know about next week when we get into the morning tomorrow. Thank you again for your time and patience today.
All rise, please, Rebecca.
You want to take a brief recess first?
I'm okay. Fine, thank you.
Mr. Reddington?
I'm sorry.
Do you need a recess? Does your client need a recess, or can we?
No, we're good.
Okay. All right, so for scheduling purposes, we're trying to figure out next week. And I'll have more information on that tomorrow. By that, I mean whether there'll be half days or full days. Okay, we may have a mix of the two, and we'll have some more information on that tomorrow.
So just so the defendant's aware, I would expect to rest on Monday,
Okay.
depending on how things go and depending on how long we go on Monday. But depending on tomorrow, I guess is what I'm saying, and depending on how long we go on Monday. But I could rest in the morning.
All right, Mr. Reddington, did you hear that?
I did. I said thank you.
All right. And I'll try to have as much information for you in the morning as I can with respect to full days or half days next week and what particular days. So the ME is testifying in the morning?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so I've received a set of photographs that I think the Commonwealth is proposing to offer through the medical examiner.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Reddington, you've looked at these?
I have.
Do you have objections?
I do.
All right, so let me start with, five pages of diagrams, if you will, so they're not photographs, looks like medical diagrams.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
I don't have any objection, Your Honor, to, if you can let me as you flip through it, the medical, those, I have no problem with the photographs, diagrams. The only objection I have is to what we refer to as the autopsy photographs. I find it very rare that actual autopsy photographs are actually introduced into evidence, especially on I don't mean to minimize the injury, but a fairly simple explanation as to the hyoid bone and the cause of death. So to introduce into evidence these photographs that show flayed skin and cuts to the neck, and then opening up the neck, and then showing the inside of the neck, and then showing hemorrhaging and things of that nature, I don't believe is necessary. I know the government's going to argue. They're going to say, well, we're entitled to prove our case. We're entitled to prove the circumstances surrounding the death. Well, they could certainly do that very effectively through the testimony of the medical examiner. They do not need to have autopsy photographs introduced. I am aware of Bastarash and all the rest of those cases. I think that the court is vested with great discretion on matters of this nature, and I would ask that Your Honor would not allow the autopsy photographs in evidence. If you do, use your discretion to reduce the number that has been submitted by the government.
Ms. McLaughlin?
Your Honor, this is a first-degree murder case where the Commonwealth must prove both premeditation as well as extreme atrocity and cruelty. I believe these photographs are necessary in order to prove that the extensive injuries, the internal injuries that occurred during the strangulation, I have pared down the photographs greatly. I have even redacted one of them in order to make the area so it is only showing the internal injury of the back of the neck. Prior, you could see the skull cap that had been taken off and the victim's neck. So I do believe that based on the elements that the Commonwealth must should be permitted.
All right, so we have a clear record. Again, there are 5 medical diagrams. There's no objection to those. Okay, so those will be permitted. And they can be marked?
Yes.
Can they be marked at this time to speed things up? All right, so those are the 5 diagrams. I then have a series of...
Individually or as a group?
Individually, please.
97 for 301.
All right, why don't we give Ms. King a minute to do that? Okay. All right, and then let me tell you what I have in front of me, because we're going to have to go through them one at a time, and I'll describe them. The first one appears to be a photograph of the back of the head with a ruler, and it looks like a case number on there.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so tell me the relevance of that.
Your Honor, that shows internal bleeding on the back of the neck, showing the bilateral. And
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Is that the internal of the neck or the?
Why don't I see you at sidebar? Okay. Okay. All right, so 9 o'clock tomorrow.
Before they take you over.